Chapter 8:14. Hearing by Chio's words, Lin Tian couldn't help but nod. He had deep feelings about this. The environment in this abyss was indeed extraordinary. The group of people soared into the air and soon landed on the ground. They walked because, in the words of the 5 Elements crocodile, walking on the ground would make it easier to find treasures. After all, it was impossible for treasures to float in the air. Most of them were on the ground and underground. Kid, activate the dragon burial scripture and try to dig out a complete divine vein. Whooshing crocodile shouted. Lin Tian glanced at it. Do you want me to dig out the ancestral dragon vein for you? A complete divine vein was something higher than in source vein. It could only be found by chance. There weren't many in the entire 10 directions, celestial domain. Of course, that's great. Whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up. Get lost. Lin Tian immediately wanted to beat it up. The group walked through the mountain range in this abyss at a very fast speed. During the process, they encountered several undead spirits. However, they were all very ordinary, comparable to the flight realm. Lin Tian easily crushed them into dust. After crossing another 1,000 feet, Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. He slashed out a sword light 100 feet to the left. With a crack, the earth and stone in that place split open, revealing a piece of immortal lingjing the size of a human head. It's comparable to an ordinary lingjing of 20,000 kilograms. Whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian raised his hand and pulled it into his hand. With a boom at this moment, several powerful divine power fluctuations appeared. 3 early-stage immortal ascension cultivators closed in on the 4 people and the crocodile. They all stared the piece of immortal lingjing in Lin Tian's hand with excitement and greed in their eyes. Hand it over or die. One of them sneered. The 4 people and the crocodile were speechless. Their group could even kill great Tao masters now. 3 cultivators at the first tier of immortal reaching realm actually wanted to snatch the treasure from their hands and said that they would die if they didn't hand it over. This really made the group speechless and they felt ashamed. Let me give you 3 little bastards a piece of advice. Go where it's cool. Don't show off your low IQ here. Whooshing crocodile said. This caused the 3 people's eyes to turn cold, and their killing intent immediately spread out. Things that don't know what's good for them. I originally wanted to give you a way out, but now it seems that there's no need for that. The 3 of them stepped forward and attacked. In that instant, the 3 individuals displayed divine abilities. Concentrated cold light crushed down, all of them aiming for these individuals' vital points, vicious and ruthless. Io, your grandmother. I originally wanted to give you a way out, but now it seems that there is no need for that. Whooshing crocodile imitated their words. As soon as it finished speaking, it directly extended its claws, covering the sky and the earth, covering the 3 cultivators below at the same time. In an instant, the cold light of the divine abilities that the 3 of them had unleashed was completely crushed. A majestic force surged forth, completely drowning the surrounding space and smashing the 3 of them into pieces on the spot. This was just a small interlude, but it made Lin Tian and the others once again feel the cruelty of this heaven realm. In this world, they could face the matter of having their treasures stolen by others at any time. Let's go. Lin Tian Dao. The group walked along the mountain range, but they did not find anything after that. Soon, they walked out of the mountain. In front of them, a large number of cultivators were hurrying forward, rushing into the depths. Among these cultivators, some of them were walking in groups, whispering something. We really found a palace. Indeed, the soil layer of a mountain in the depths cracked open, revealing a corner of a palace. There are many Tao patterns on it. How can there be a palace in the Nirvana abyss? This is too strange. It is indeed very strange, but it is precisely because of this that many people are heading there. There are experts who say that there is an extremely high possibility that there are treasures on a level of divine weapons inside, because the Tao patterns on the palace are very unusual and extremely profound. What divine weapon! This group of cultivators was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had rushed far away. Lin Tian and the others looked at the group of cultivators leaving, and naturally they heard the other party's words and were slightly moved. There is a divine weapon. Whooshing crocodiles stared. Go and snatch it. Bai Qiu was very violent. Lin Tian was even more direct. Let's go and take a look. He controlled a quasi-divine weapon, but it only had the word quasi-divine in it. It was not a real divine weapon, but its power was already terrifying. How terrifying would a real divine weapon be? It would definitely be very frightening. Now that they heard that there might be a divine weapon in the palace that suddenly appeared, they naturally wanted to take a look. Immediately, the group followed behind the group of cultivators, and soon they arrived in front of a very majestic mountain. As far as the eye could see, the ground in the depths of the mountain had cracked open, and the surface had sunk a lot. A corner of the palace was really exposed, and there were densely packed Tao patterns engraved on it. They looked like tadpoles, but also like ancient armor runes. It was very mysterious. These Tao patterns were engraved by a Nirvana realm expert. They are very powerful. Whooshing crocodiles said it had once reached the peak of Nirvana realm, so it could naturally feel that these Tao patterns were extraordinary. Dong, dong, dong. At this time, there were densely packed cultivators gathered outside this corner of the palace. Many experts were attacking these Tao patterns with supernatural powers and secret techniques. They wanted to destroy them before they could break open a door that led to the inside of the palace. As these cultivators continuously unleashed the light of supernatural powers and secret techniques, the mountain range kept shaking. The soil around this corner of the palace was shaken off bit by bit. Soon, more than 100 breaths passed. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Finally, the Tao patterns on this corner of the palace door were destroyed, and a gap was opened. Immediately, the eyes of the cultivators gathered in the surroundings lit up. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart was heard continuously. The densely packed cultivators all moved and rushed towards that gap. However, in the next moment, a roar suddenly came from that palace. Powerful dead spirits rushed out, and it was not just one. There were dozens of them, and almost all of them were comparable to ordinary great Tao experts. Their ferocious auras were terrifying, and the aura of death spread in all directions. Among the cultivators who rushed at the front, some screamed and were killed on the spot. The dead spirits that rushed out roared. Each of them was terrifying, causing many cultivators to be terrified. Many people retreated. Humph! A cold snort was heard. A young man stepped forward, and a divine light ape appeared beside him. He directly turned a few dead spirits comparable to great Tao experts into ashes and stepped into the palace. That's Mu Yuanliang. He's very famous in the central region. It's said that he's about to step into the fourth heaven of the great Tao. Some cultivators were shocked as they recognized this powerful young man. Boom! 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 Almost at the same time, 3 powerful auras rushed out from other directions, crushing a large number of dead spirits. 3 figures stepped forward. Their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they stepped into the palace through the gap in the palace. Dong Wenyan, Lu Huasheng. These 2 actually came too. In the central region, apart from those few young kings, almost no one is their match. The other person is covered in a vast demonic light. He seems to be a terrifying great Tao realm demon, venerable at the 4th heaven of the great Tao. This, many cultivators were shocked. Lin Tian and the others stood far away. Naturally, they also felt that these people were very powerful. Their blood qi was very vigorous. Let's go. Charge. There must be treasures inside. At this time, many cultivators could not help but shout. They rushed forward together. In the blink of an eye, a large group of people rushed into the palace. It could be said that it was very strange to find such a palace under the Nirvana abyss. More importantly, the Tao patterns on the palace were not simple. They were very profound. Many people could imagine that such a palace buried under the Nirvana abyss must have a shocking origin. There must be many good things inside. For a time, the sound of the air being torn apart could be heard. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the cultivators here had rushed into the palace. Come, let's go in too. Lin Tiandao. He took the lead. The Bai siblings and the others followed beside him. They were very fast. In an instant, they arrived in front of the palace and stepped inside. The palace was very dark, and the aura of death was very strong. There were many independent small rooms, and all of them were tightly shut. At this time, the place they were in was slightly empty. Cultivators kept pouring in. These cultivators were all very excited when they entered the palace. They all rushed along different paths in search of rare treasures. Lin Tianyi and the others stopped in place for a while. Wuxing Crocodile pointed at a random path, and the group stepped down. Soon they walked far away. Along the way they opened many rooms, but they did not find anything. Little Crocodile, the path you pointed is not reliable. Bai Qiu said. Lord Crocodile chose randomly. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. It was too lazy to correct Bai Qiu's call of Little Crocodile. The group continued to move forward, opening one room after another. Not long after, they opened the 36th room. Suddenly, a terrifying fog rushed out, and a dense group of death vipers rushed out. These vipers were not thick. They were about the same size as ordinary snakes. They all had sharp teeth and sinister eyes. They were like the evil nether snakes of hell. They looked a little scary and gave people a creepy feeling. Bai Qiu's face turned pale. She was so scared that she quickly hid behind Lin Tian and shrank her neck. Although her cultivation was strong and could kill ordinary early-stage great Tao experts, she was still a girl after all. She had an instinctive fear of things like vipers. In fact, if these vipers were a little bigger, about 70 to 80 feet long, she would not be afraid. It was because these vipers were too small and they rushed out in a dense group that she was shocked. TSK, little girl, you are so timid. Wuxing Crocodile took the opportunity to make fun of her. Lin Tian raised his hand and the high heaven sword, Astral, flew out, slashing the densely packed venomous snakes on the spot. Why are there so many snakes in here? He was a little curious. These venomous snakes were all dead creatures and did not possess any life aura. They were a type of dead spirit, and there was nothing strange about them. However, for so many dead spirit venomous snakes to live in this hall at once, it seemed a little strange. It was as if someone had locked them in here. Chapter 8:15. Lin Tian stood in front of the hall where the dead spirit snakes had rushed out. He frowned slightly as he looked inside. It was really strange that so many snakes were gathered here. It didn't make sense. Kid, why do you care so much? Let's go quickly. It's just a bunch of small snakes. Don't delay the important matter of finding the divine weapon. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian looked at the hall again. In the end, he couldn't think of anything, so he continued to walk deeper into the hall. This hall had been here for God knows how many years. The air inside was very bad, and the yin qi was very thick. They didn't walk for long before a huge tremor occurred in front of them. A pitch-black fog of death appeared. In this fog of death, a pair of green demonic eyes lit up. They were the size of bowls. The group stopped and looked over. Soon after, they saw a 30 feet long wild python charging out from the black fog. This python didn't have any signs of life. It was full of a powerful aura of death. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow the group. Let me, Bai Qiu said. Facing such a big snake, she wasn't afraid. She felt like taking revenge. She drew a lunar arrow. With a poof, the big snake's forehead was pierced through. It fell to the ground, twitched twice, and then stopped moving. Bai Qiu snorted softly and clapped her hands. She looked very relieved. She was scared by a group of small snakes just now. Lin Tian and the others walked over and looked at the big snake's body on the ground. It was turning into ashes inch by inch. After a pause, they didn't pay much attention to it and continued to walk deeper into the hall. As they walked in the hall, the air was very cold. However, they didn't encounter any Yin soldiers, Yin generals, or malicious ghosts. Instead, there were a shocking number of dead spirit Yin snakes. In just a few minutes, they encountered 7 big snakes, all of which were comparable to beings at the immortal realm. Boom! The aura of death was rolling. They encountered the 8th big snake. It was hissing its rotten tongue and pouncing toward them. Did we enter a snake's nest? Lin Tian frowned. He waved his hand, and the towering heaven sword light slashed out. It turned into a sword light wave that rolled out and crushed the 8th big snake. They continued to walk forward and spread out their divine senses. However, they didn't find anything. Not long after, a scream suddenly came from up ahead. An astonishing wave of divine power swept past. A fight broke out? Or was someone swallowed by some serpent evil spirit? Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian said casually, "It's possible, but it has nothing to do with us." This palace extended in all directions, and there were many paths. Most of them were constructed with strange metals, which more or less surprised Lin Tian and the others. After all, such a palace was really rare. Their group walked along a palace path. They opened one palace room after another and found some damaged ancient books. Other than that, they didn't gain much. Gradually, the palace in front of them began to break down, and an astonishing energy fluctuation came from deep inside. Screams rang out again, sounding somewhat flustered, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Lin Tianyi and the others walked along the palace path. Not long after, the palace in front of them broke open as if it had been destroyed by some kind of weapon. Some of the metal that made up the palace walls rolled over. There are Tao patterns. Bai Qiu pointed at a spot and said, "As far as the eye could see, there were indeed traces of Tao patterns in the damaged parts of the palace, but they were almost completely wiped out. A Nirvana-level Tao pattern, and it looks like a Tao pattern of the demon race." Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian looked at it. "Could it be one of your relatives who carved it?" "Get lost, brat," Wuxing Crocodile scolded. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh and continued to walk forward. The place where the palace was broken open was actually a large area of ancient forests and rocks in front of them. There were spirit energy fluctuations, which was very surprising. The group walked into this place, and the screams in front of them became clearer. Their steps were extremely fast. Soon after, a dense group of cultivators appeared before them, all of them extremely chaotic. There were large snakes in front of them one after another, but there were also countless ordinary small snakes that coiled together, surging about, attacking many cultivators like a wave of snakes. These snakes were all dead spirits. They didn't show any signs of life, but they were very terrifying. A group of tiny venomous snakes surged and drowned a cultivator at the peak of the Zephyr realm. In the blink of an eye, they devoured his flesh and blood, turning him into a skeleton. In other places, more than 10 large snakes roared. Each of them was dozens of feet long, and they were surrounded by a dense fog of death. Their ferocity was terrifying. Moreover, among them there were even a few large snakes that had grown scales and horns. They were even more terrifying than ordinary great Tao experts. They swallowed a few ninth heaven of the immortal ascension realm cultivators in one gulp. They didn't even spit out their bones. "We've entered a snake nest." Bai Qiu shrank his neck. The small snakes in front of them were densely packed. Each of them had cold eyes, which was a little terrifying. "There are also extraordinary things," Wuxing Crocodile said and pointed forward. Although there were many ferocious snakes in front of them, there were many spiritual herbs on the ground. There were also precious metal fragments that could be used to forge low-grade Tao weapons. Many cultivators fought with the snakes while crazily fighting for them. In the process of fighting, some cultivators naturally had a cruel confrontation. Many people died tragically on the spot. Lin Tian and the other two walked forward, not paying attention to these cultivators. They stared ahead and circled around the group of cultivators, avoiding some ferocious snakes, and walked deeper. They felt that the treasures in the space of this hall would definitely be in the deeper areas. They didn't fight and quickly walked far away. Boom! The ground suddenly shook. In front of them, a three-headed snake rushed out. It was golden and covered in scales. The two horns on its head were very thick. When it opened its mouth, it spat out a large amount of poisonous fog, corroding the air. It immediately caused a few half-step great Tao experts to suffer. And this was not the end. Similar golden snakes rushed out from a few other directions. They were all very terrifying. Lin Tian and the others were blocked. A three-headed snake roared, and its eyes were filled with the color of death. It directly attacked the group of people. Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed out a ray of sword qi. Qi! The three-headed snake sprayed out Ain fog, which actually obliterated the sword qi that he slashed out. This caused him to be slightly surprised. It seemed that the three-headed snake before him was somewhat terrifying. It was far from being comparable to those ordinary snakes from before. Even as powerful as he was now, the sword aura he slashed out was easily obliterated. It could be said that in terms of pure combat strength, these three-headed snakes were all ferocious spirits that could kill early-stage great Tao experts. Boom! 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 In a few other directions, several three-headed snakes rushed out to attack the three powerful youths. They were the few people who had attacked forcefully outside. They were Mu Yuanliang, Dong Wenyan, and Lu Huasheng from the central region. They were all very powerful. Every time they attacked, the void would tremble and distort. The exuberant blood qi was not concealed in the slightest, causing many people's hearts to tremble. With a poof, a divine ape shadow appeared beside Mu Yuanliang. With a cold expression, it killed a three-headed snake. On the other side, divine light surged beside Dong Wenyan, crushing a three-headed snake. At the same time, Lu Huasheng shattered a three-headed snake. Black blood dyed the sky. So powerful. These three people are already very famous in the central region. Other than those young kings, no one can stop them. Terrifying. Many people said, Dong. Not far away, golden divine light vibrated, vast and mighty in the sky. Lin Tian waved his fist. The golden fist shadow shattered the void and directly smashed the three-headed snake in front of him into pieces. Black snake blood splattered all over the ground. He shattered such a terrifying three-headed snake with just his physical body. What a terrifying physique. Many cultivators were shocked. Then, when they discovered that Lin Tian's cultivation was half a step into the great Tao realm, they were even more shocked. Such a physical body at half a step into the great Tao realm. Even the brute king physique is not that strong, right? These people's hearts trembled, all of them frightened by Lin Tian's physical body. Lin Tian shattered a three-headed snake. The group continued forward, heading deeper into this space. Every time I see Kid Lin's physical body, I can't help but be surprised. He's like a freak. Whooshing Crocodile said. Black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead, and he really wanted to beat it up. What damn pervert! Don't you know how to talk? Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips and rolled its eyes. At this moment, with a whoosh, a ray of light flashed past. It rushed out from the ground where a three-headed snake emerged. It was like a divine rainbow that streaked into the depths of the space. The aura it emitted was extremely sharp and terrifying. At a glance, it was a sword. The body of the sword was covered with patterns. The body of the sword looked as if it had been soaked in blood. It was shockingly red. That's a divine sword. That's the aura of a divine weapon. A divine weapon. Many cultivators exclaimed. Lin Tian and the others were naturally moved. Their expressions all changed. Kid, that's a divine sword at the low-grade divine weapon level. Catch it, Whooshing Crocodile shouted. It was both surprised and delighted. The Bai siblings and Yang Qi were also shocked. Their eyes shone brightly. Lin Tian also noticed that the sword was a low-grade divine weapon. At this moment, he took a step forward and directly activated the weapon manipulation technique. He interfered with the divine sword from a distance and grabbed it to his side. His weapon manipulation technique was now stronger. With the support of his powerful cultivation base, he also stepped on the 5th level of the Yin and Yang Lun. In the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of feet away from the divine sword. When he was so close to the divine sword, he immediately felt an extremely terrifying, murderous aura. The sword energy was so dense that it was as if it had killed tens of thousands of creatures, causing his skin to involuntarily tingle. He secretly gritted his teeth. His eyes flashed as he activated the weapon manipulation technique to the extreme. Golden divine light was vast and mighty, and he grabbed the divine sword's hilt. Boom! 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 3 beams of killing light shot toward Lin Tian with incredible speed, all of them exuding deadly fluctuations. They were all aimed at his forehead, heart, and throat. They were extremely vicious, and were all aimed at taking his life with a single blow. At the same time, in another direction, a shocking demonic aura surged. A figure was hidden in a hazy demonic mist. He slashed out a deathless beam of demonic light toward Lin Tian, cold and merciless. Obviously, these people were too far away to grab the divine sword. However, they didn't want Lin Tian to get it, so they all attacked Lin Tian at the same time. Chapter 816. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The 4 waves of killing intent were somewhat terrifying. Even someone as strong as Lin Tian couldn't help but change his expression. He immediately retreated to dodge. With a loud bang, the 4 waves of killing intent rushed across, causing the space not far away to shatter, and space-time turbulence poured out. Whoosh! It was also at this moment that the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The divine sword was no longer affected by Lin Tian's weapon control technique. With a flash of light, it flew into the distance like a rainbow, rushing into the depths in the blink of an eye and disappearing. Damn it, these damn bastards! The Whooshing Crocodile cursed, seeing that Lin Tian was about to grab the divine sword in his hand. But someone forcefully interfered and caused the divine sword to fly away. It was furious. Even Bai Ziki and Yang Qi frowned, and strands of cold light intertwined in their eyes. Damn it! Bai Qiu said angrily. Many cultivators shook their heads and stared at Lin Tian in front of them, looking at each other. What a pity it was so close to being snatched by that person. Yeah. If those people didn't make a move, that person would have already gotten the divine sword. Some cultivators whispered. There were also some cultivators whose eyes lit up. If the divine sword wasn't taken away, then they had a chance to get it. For a time, many cultivators struggled to charge into the snake swarm, pushing deeper into the depths. Previously, there was a rumor that there might be a divine weapon-level treasure inside, which attracted many people to come here. Now, when these people saw a divine sword, they were naturally even more excited and exhilarated. Many people began to imagine themselves holding a divine sword and sweeping through all directions. Mu Yuanliang and the others stared in the direction where the divine sword flew. Their eyes shone brightly. At this moment, they no longer looked at Lin Tian. Their speed was extremely fast as they headed towards the depths. Clearly, they were going to fight for the divine sword. Clang! At this moment, a dense sword light slashed over. They were all very tyrannical, causing them to frown and stop in their tracks. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Holding a high-grade Dao sword, he stepped forward in the air and closed in on them. If these people had not tried to kill him, he would have already grasped the divine sword in his hand and would not have let it escape. This made him feel a chill in his heart. The gleam of the sword flickered, and it did not hide its murderous intent at all. His eyes were piercingly cold. This is a high-grade Dao weapon. He actually has a sword of this level. He is going to attack those people. Those people aren't simple at all. Many people were moved. At this time, even though there were thousands of fierce snakes in front of them, they couldn't help but turn to look at Lin Tian. At this moment, if they thought about it from another perspective, these people could understand Lin Tian's feelings and anger. However, these people knew that Mu Yuanliang and the others were extremely powerful, so when they saw Lin Tian forcing the four of them, they could not help but be shocked. Mu Yuanliang and the others were stopped. Their eyes were cold as they looked at Lin Tian. It's just a half-step, Great Dao. Don't seek your own death. Mu Yuanliang said coldly. Lin Tian shook the sword in his hand, and the Ling Tian sword scripture was pushed to the limit. He directly slashed out a 3-foot-long sword intent, which cut through the space. The destructive power made everyone's expression change drastically. Oh my God! What sword technique is this? How can it be so terrifying? He's only a half-step, Great Dao. How can he have such power? Many people spoke out. Mu Yuanliang was also moved. At this time he made a serious move. Instantly, an ape shadow appeared beside him and faced the sword intent. With a boom, the two collided with each other, and a monstrous divine light erupted. Then, the sword gleam and the ape shadow collapsed at the same time. The divine light dispersed, and smoke and dust intertwined. Mu Yuanliang did not move, but a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. In the smoke and dust that filled the sky, a figure stepped forward. Another sword gleam flew, cutting through the smoke and dust, and once again pressed towards Mu Yuanliang. At the same time, it also enveloped Dong Wenyan, Lu Huasheng, and the great Dao realm demon Venerable in the hazy demonic fog. This sword gleam was astonishingly sharp and full of offensive power. It distorted a part of the void. He's attacking 4 great Dao masters at the same time alone. Moreover, all 4 of them are not ordinary. Most importantly, he's only a half-step great Dao master. Even if he's many times stronger than ordinary half-step great Dao cultivators, to be able to shake 4 of them at the same time seems to be. This is really, many people were shocked. They only felt that Lin Tian was too powerful. He was only a half-step great Dao master, but he was brandishing a butcher's knife at 3 peak 3rd firmament great Dao masters and a 4th firmament great Dao demon Venerable at the same time. It was too shocking. None of Dong Wenyan's group was weak. The weakest among them was at the peak of the 3rd firmament of the great Dao. Their vitality was as vigorous as a furnace. Although Lin Tian's towering heaven sword gleam was very powerful, it was not enough to make these people retreat in fear. You, a half-step great Dao master, want to shake all of us at the same time? Dong Wenyan said, crushing the towering heaven sword gleam that Lin Tian slashed out. Lu Huasheng, Mu Yuanliang, and the great Dao demon Venerable also made their moves, shaking off the sword gleam that rushed to their sides. *CK, your grandfather, who said there's only one person. A chill was heard. Whooshing Crocodile rushed over with a vast and shocking demonic aura. He directly made his move, displaying a super powerful divine ability. Boom! Clang! Thunder rumbled, and the saber gleam was frightening. Baiziki and Yang Qi stepped forward. Their eyes were cold, and their attacks were swift and fierce. Humph! Bai Qiu stood at the back, gathering a bow with his divine power. He raised his hand and pulled the bow, for lunar arrows flew out like lightning. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The lunar arrows almost pierced through the space. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of the 4 great cultivators, like 4 arrows that could destroy all things. Boom! The space shook, rolling up a hurricane. Many cultivators in this place were blown away. Some of the fierce snakes were also affected, flying under such a violent aura. Bai Qiu had the Lunar King physique, Bai Ziki had the Thunder King physique, Wuxing Crocodile had cultivated a second life, and Yang Qi was also a natural monstrous genius. The 3 people and the crocodile attacked at the same time, creating a terrifying power. It made Dong Wenyan and the others change their expressions. No one was careless, and they all used powerful divine abilities and secret techniques to face the 3 people and the crocodile. With a boom, the space shook violently as if it was going to collapse in the next moment. The scene was very frightening. Clang! The sound of the sword rose again. Lin Tian once again supported the towering heaven sword scripture. The sharp sword gleam seemed to penetrate the sky. His eyes were cold. With a high-grade Dao sword in his right hand, he slashed out the towering heaven sword scripture. The sword gleam fell like rain, while his left hand waved a golden iron fist, directly pressing down on Mu Yuanliang. Moreover, at the same time, he took out the 5th level of the Yin and Yang puppet, using extreme speed to break through Mu Yuanliang's defense range. He closed in on the other party, and his left fist directly smashed down. Dong! The terrifying punch was even more terrifying than his towering heaven sword gleam. Mu Yuanliang's expression changed. First, Lin Tian's speed was too fast, and second, the power of Lin Tian's punch was too terrifying. At this time, he didn't even have time to dodge. He could only roar and use a divine ability secret technique to create a 30-meter-long ape shadow. He waved his huge ape fist and blocked Lin Tian's punch. The 2 collided, and a crisp sound was heard. The 30-meter-long ape shadow was instantly smashed into pieces by the golden iron fist. Lin Tian's golden iron fist weakened a lot, but it still landed steadily on Mu Yuanliang's body. Bang! Mu Yuanliang was sent flying like a scarecrow. He coughed out a mouthful of blood while still in the air. Such a scene made the hearts of everyone in this place tremble. Everyone's expression changed. That Mu Yuanliang was actually sent flying. How is this possible? Even in the central region, Mu Yuanliang is a super powerful person. It's hard for a few young kings to find a match for him. He is respected among his peers. But now he was actually beaten by a half-step great Dao cultivator. Many people were shocked. Lin Tian, who was half-step great Dao, actually sent Mu Yuanliang, who was at the 3rd heaven of the great Dao, flying with 1 punch. Not only these ordinary cultivators, at this time, even Dong Wenyan and Lu Huasheng, who were dealing with the attacks of Bai Ziki and the others, were moved and revealed a shocked expression. The powerful Mu Yuanliang was actually sent flying with 1 punch. His skin is quite tough. He took that boy's punch head-on, and his body didn't explode. Wuxing Crocodile sneered at this time. Hearing its words, many people in this place were shocked again. They couldn't help but gasp and look at Lin Tian in unison. Listening to these words, it seemed that the physique of this person in front of them was even stronger than that of a 3rd heaven of the great Dao. Boom! In the distance, Mu Yuanliang stopped his flying figure and stabilized his body. His face turned cold as he stared coldly at Lin Tian. You will pay the price. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of this person's mouth. Wisps of dangerous fluctuations spread out like the rolling waves of the angry sea. In response, Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed with his sword. There were only 2 words, bitch. He showed no mercy and directly stepped forward, attacking with all his strength. Dong! It was another fist, one that was exceptionally powerful, crushing the space until streaks of cracks appeared. At the same time, he shook the towering heaven's sword force again, and even called out the yin-yang lotusy. The black and white lotus petals floated in every corner of the space, enveloping the other 3 powerhouses. At that time, these people tried to kill him, causing him to be unable to catch the sect god sword. After that, they acted as if nothing had happened and walked into the depths. This attitude really made him feel disgusted. At this time, when he attacked, he naturally had cold, killing intent. "I'll send all of you to hell," he said coldly. He didn't hold back much of his strength when he attacked these people, because these people in front of him were indeed very powerful. Not only were their cultivation levels much higher than his, but few people in the same realm could stop them. Clang! 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 The black and white lotus petals clanged like dense divine swords, attacking Mu Yuanliang and the other 3. "Boys, give it your all and get rid of these bastards who are harming us without benefiting ourselves," Whooshing Crocodile said. With a boom, it supported a powerful demon clan, divine ability. At the same time, it directly summoned a high-grade Dao weapon. Almost at the same time, Baiziki and Yangqi also brought up the phenomenon in their seas of consciousness. Densely packed thunderbolts and densely packed saber light swept through the space, seemingly wanting to destroy everything. "I'll do it too," Baiqiu said. As soon as she finished speaking, 9 full moons rushed up behind her. Each of them was incomparably holy as they pressed forward. All these years, she had been cultivating with her brother Baiziki. Although Baiziki usually doted on her, he was never arrogant and was very strict in cultivation. Therefore, gradually, she also comprehended her own strange phenomenon in her sea of consciousness, the 9 moon pearls. Chapter 817. 9 full moons rose into the sky. Each of them was like a real moon, emitting sacred and vast waves of energy. Instantly, many cultivators in this place were moved. The sun rose into the sky, and there were 9 moons. This scene was really shocking. Many people were speechless. Buzz! The 9 full moons intertwined with a strange light, enveloping the 4 powerhouses at the same time. Moreover, at the same time, Lin Tian and the other 2 Sea of Consciousness phenomenon and Whooshing Crocodile's super divine ability also fell together. Together with several high-grade Dao weapons, they completely sealed the surrounding space, causing the 4 powerhouses' expressions to change. In an instant, the 4 powerhouses each made their move. For waves of Dao power rushed up, and the high-grade Dao weapons of the 4 sects appeared. "Do you really think you can fight us without entering the great Dao realm?" Mu Yuanliang said coldly. "Even if I'm half-stepped to the great Dao realm, I can still kill all of you." Lin Tian faced them head-on. With a boom, he activated the Sun Heart Sutra to the limit. The aura outside his body suddenly rose, wildly, shaking the heavens. At the same time, Baiziki and the others did the same. They each activated their own ancient Sutra Heart Sutra, and their combat strength began to soar. "Don't show mercy. Kill these bastards," Whooshing Crocodile cursed. Clang! Lin Tian pressed forward and also brandished the High Heavens Sword Sutra. Together with the yin-yang lotusy, they emitted a terrifying killing power. This was Ao Jian, Tenzuin's swordsmanship. It could cut the sky. It could cut the earth. It could destroy everything. He supported this ultimate swordsmanship. Together with Baiqiu, Baiziki, Yangqi, and Whooshing Crocodile, he released the immortal killing light at the same time, trapping the 4 powerhouses in it. Sword light, lightning, saber chi, demonic energy, and the power of the moon. 5 kinds of power surged wildly. With a crack, the space began to distort inch by inch and crack continuously, as if the sky was about to collapse. They for a half-step to the great Dao realm and 1/9 heaven of the immortal connecting realm. How can they have such terrifying power? Monsters! Are they still human? The surrounding cultivators were all aghast. What these people didn't know was that Lin Tian, Bai Qiu, and Bai Ziki all had monarch bodies. Although Yang Qi didn't have a monarch body and didn't have an innate advantage in terms of constitution and bloodline, his perception and natural talent made up for the difference, and he wasn't any weaker than a monarch body. As for the Wuxing crocodile, he was a primeval beast and had recultivated half a step into the Great Tao level. Naturally, his battle prowess wouldn't be any weaker than a monarch body of the same level. Moreover, besides Yang Qi, the other 3 people and 1 crocodile had refined divine items like life crystals, and their life force essence had more than doubled. Boom! The surrounding space distorted bit by bit, and every corner was sealed off. 5 different types of power, crazily, surged up. At this time, the combination of the 5 powers of the 4 people and 1 crocodile was very terrifying. Mu Yuanliang and the others felt a chill in their hearts at this moment. They held up their high-grade Dao weapons and used all their strength. All kinds of techniques and skills were displayed. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook violently. Chaotic waves of divine power spread out in circles, crushing pieces of the void. With a few bangs, 9 figures were sent flying at the same time. Mu Yuanliang and the other 3 coughed up blood, and Lin Tian and the others trembled violently. Although they were slightly better than the 4 experts, they weren't much better and were also injured. Damn, our cultivation is still too weak. Moreover, these bastards are really not simple. They are much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same level. Wuxing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with a sharp light, and his eyes were cold. It's no big deal. We still have our strongest paragon skill that we haven't used, our Dao laws and our paragon weapon. They are no match for us. Wuxing crocodile's eyes lit up when it heard Lin Tian's words. At this time, it remembered that Lin Tian's divine map, by Ziki's divine roar temple of the king's region, and by Qiu's starry moon of the king's region had not been used. The few of them had not used their Dao laws. Most importantly, they still had a quasi-divine weapon, which was the real killing weapon. Once it was used, with their current cultivation, these people in front of them would definitely not be able to resist it. Damn it, kill all of them! It sneered. Lin Tian and the others looked at each other and nodded. They pressed forward again, and their divine power and demonic light began to surge again. Mu Yuanliang and the other 3 powerhouses had cold gazes. None of them felt comfortable with Lin Tian and the others daring to attack them so aggressively. In the next moment, with a boom, the 4 powerhouses propped up their great Dao laws. You are at least 3 small steps away from us, including a natural chasm. How dare you act like this? Mu Yuanliang said coldly, If you don't enter the great Dao realm, no matter how talented you are, you will still die. With a boom, the great Dao laws intertwined, and a shocking demonic light circulated. The 4 powerhouses truly displayed the battle prowess of a great Dao powerhouse. In an instant, the space became even more chaotic. The ferocious spirit snakes that rushed out couldn't help but tremble. They were shocked by this aura, and their movements became slower. For people and 1 crocodile, Mu Yuanliang and the other 3 great Dao powerhouses all surged with divine power at this moment. Clang! At this moment, the depths of the hall shook violently. The sound of a sword was ear-piercing, and the killing sword light almost shattered the clouds. At the same time, a shocking aura of death rose from the depths, and a terrifying roar sounded. Many cultivators were shocked and turned their heads to look into the depths. It's that divine sword from before. Many people's eyes lit up. Dong Wenyan and the other 3 powerhouses also turned their heads to look into the depths. Then they left Lin Tian and the others and leaped, rushing into the depths respectively. At this moment, their speed was very fast, much faster than before. Clearly, they were going to fight for the divine sword. Lin Tian's gaze turned cold. He directly stepped forward, and the towering sword light scattered, slashing across the sky to stop the 4 powerhouses. Clang! His sword light was peerlessly sharp. However, this time, it was unable to stop all four powerhouses. Only Mu Yuanliang was slightly slower because he was seriously injured by his punch earlier, and his path was cut off by Lin Tian's Yin-Yang Lotusy. Get lost! Mu Yuanliang said coldly. He activated the Great Ape Divine Technique and headed towards Lin Tiansha, wanting to enter the depths. Lin Tian stepped forward, and his golden iron fist smashed through the void. Only one person is left. It seems that you are still inferior to those 2 people and 1 demon. When Mu Yuanliang heard this, his eyes turned colder, and his killing intent grew stronger. You are courting death. No one liked to hear others say that they were weaker than others, and Mu Yuanliang was naturally the same. With a boom, he pushed the high-grade Dao weapon to the limit. The great Dao law also surged out, pressing towards Lin Tian like a raging sea. Lin Tianling snorted. The towering sword light swept across, and the Yin-Yang Lotus sea trembled. The golden iron fist smashed the void and shook it. At the same time, he opened his mouth at this moment, and his expression was very cold. Let's attack together and finish him as quickly as possible. Boom! Clang! The moment his words fell, the sea of thunder pressed down, and the continuous mountain of knives descended. Baiziki and Yang Qi simultaneously propped up the strange phenomenon in their sea of consciousness and pressed over. At the same time, each of them summoned their high-grade Dao weapons and attacked with all their might. Lord Crocodile loves to fight one-on-one. Wuxing Crocodile laughed wildly with killing intent in his laughter. Our group will fight against one enemy. With a boom, it pushed the high-grade Dao weapon to the limit. The 5 colored wings behind it shook, and the Dao law of the 5 elements intertwined in it. It pressed down on Mu Yuanliang with an unstoppable force. Bai Qiu snorted and pushed the divine fire furnace to the peak. For a moment, the divine fire filled the sky. Immediately after, she propped up the sea of consciousness phenomenon of the 9 moons pearl again. At this time, she also approached directly towards Mu Yuanliang, who was in the middle. Suddenly, the space directly collapsed. All around, the cultivators were horrified. Their eyes widened, and after seeing the scene, they couldn't say a word. The scene was too shocking. Mu Yuanliang suddenly showed a look of horror. Such a terrifying force pressed on him at the same time. At this moment, he seemed to have fallen into an endless hell. Even his divine power and Dao law were suppressed. It was difficult for him to use them, and he kept trembling. Don't kill me. Let me go. He begged for mercy loudly. Let me go. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. Lin Tian opened his mouth and only said one word, kill. With a boom, the 4 people and the crocodile pressed down together. The violent force instantly drowned Mu Yuanliang, destroying his high-grade Dao weapon on the spot, shattering his physical body and shattering his soul. Only the remaining blood, mist floated in this space. Killed that Mu Yuanliang? This, although 4 people and 1 demon killed 1 person, none of them has reached the great Dao realm. Looking ahead, the cultivators were shocked. Even in the central region, only a few invincible young kings have ever done such a thing. In that case, if they continue to grow, could they be comparable to those young kings? Some older experts said that those young kings in the central region all have the qualifications to reach the Chaos Realm. These people also have that kind of potential. Many people were terrified. The Chaos Realm was the peak of the cultivation path in current records. Therefore, those who stepped into that realm were also called emperors. Emperors looked down on all living beings and ruled the world. They all have the qualifications to be called emperors. Someone said with a trembling voice. In the air, Mu Yuanliang's blood mist was still floating. It was a shocking sight. Even if he dies, it won't be enough to vent my anger. Damn it! Wuxing Crocodile cursed. When it thought about how the divine sword that should have been obtained had escaped because of Mu Yuanliang and the others, it was furious. All right, let's hurry up and leave. That divine sword is in the depths. Let's snatch it back, Lin Tian said. Immediately, the 4 people and 1 crocodile turned around and left. Their speed was astonishing as they rushed towards the depths. Baiziki said in a deep voice, just now in the depths of the hall, other than the killing aura of the divine sword, there was also a beast-like sound. That roar is not simple. I noticed it too. Bai Qiu whispered. The group of people rushed towards the depths of the hall, but it did not affect their communication. According to what the rogue crocodile said, there should be a very terrifying dead spirit in the depths. Lin Tian Ondao, Chapter 818. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Baiziki and the rest nodded. After thinking about it, they knew that Lin Tian's guess was very likely. Be careful in the future. Lin Tiandao. The 4 people and the crocodile were very fast, moving like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed hundreds of meters. On the way to the depths of the palace, there were many corpses of dead Yin snakes on the ground. They were all clear that they were killed by Dong Wenyan and the rest. And as they moved forward, there were other fierce snakes rushing out from all around them, pouncing towards them. Why are all the dead spirits here snakes? And there's so many of them. Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian and the rest were also slightly surprised. There were too many poisonous snakes in this palace. Lin Tian shook his head inwardly, not thinking about it too much. With a sweep of the soaring heaven sword, he cut down all the snakes that rushed out. Their speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had crossed hundreds of meters. Clang! Roar! An ear-piercing sword chime and a terrifying roar came from ahead, shaking the space. Lin Tian and the rest were all shocked. The sword chime was very terrifying, and the beast-like roar was also very frightening. Faster! Lin Tiandao. The few of them increased their speed. After about 10 breaths, they finally arrived at the depths of the palace. As far as the eye could see, there was a large number of snakes intertwined together, surrounding a large, rotting corpse in the center. The rotting corpse was about 3 meters tall. Its withered hair was green, and its claws were very long. Most importantly, its pupils were vertical lines, which were no different from the pupils of a snake. Around it, the dead spirit serpents seemed to be guarding it. Roar! The rotting corpse roared, and the aura of death overflowed into the sky. Its withered claws raised, shattering the void and grabbing towards the sky. In the sky, a divine sword circled, as if it had a spirit, automatically slashing down rays of sword light towards the rotting corpse. Whoosh! 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 Around the rotting corpse, numerous giant snakes rushed out, flicking their tongues and coiling towards the divine sword, as if they wanted to cover the sky. Another clang rang out as the divine sword vibrated slightly. Sharp sword light filled the sky and instantly shattered all the dead spirit snakes that had charged forward. Then a thick and terrifying sword aura descended. It was as if it could destroy everything in the world. Lin Tian and the others were visibly moved when they saw this scene, and they revealed shocked expressions. This zombie is so scary. Why does it look like a dead spirit snake king? Its pupils were exactly the same as the eyes of a snake. Those huge snakes seemed to be protecting it, and Bai Qiu stared at the sky in shock. That godly sword is attacking the zombie on its own. It's as if someone is intentionally controlling it. This, not only her, but even Lin Tian, Baiziki, and the others were shocked. The divine sword attacking on its own was indeed very strange. Boom! In front of them, the terrifying aura of death and the divine sword light spread out, causing the void to crack and shatter. This kind of confrontation was a little scary. Even people as strong as Lin Tian and the others wanted to fight for the divine sword, but at this moment they did not dare to step forward. A rotting corpse and an iron sword are actually clashing like this, as if they have a mind of their own. There is no justice in this world. Bai Qiu stared. Lin Tian stared ahead, thinking about how to seize the sword, but after a while he frowned. He could not think of a good idea. The rotting corpse was too scary, and the killing sword aura emitted by the divine sword was just as terrifying. No one could get close because, at this moment, they would be attacked by both the rotting corpse's aura of death and the divine sword's sword aura at the same time. That rotting corpse is much more terrifying than the evil corpse tomb master we encountered in the tomb and the Wujin spirit demon near the source vein. Wuxing Crocodile said, "Roar!" Clang! The rotting corpse roared, and the divine sword clanged. This space was enveloped by the aura of death and the divine sword's killing aura. Lin Tian and the others had no choice but to retreat for a moment. This kind of aura was really too terrifying, and it was already spreading in their direction. However, at this time, Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at three figures, two cold lights flashing in his eyes. Not far away, Dong Wenyan and the others had been here for a long time. They were very excited after seeing the divine sword, but they did not dare to step forward to fight for it because the battle between the rotting corpse and the divine sword was too terrifying, making them feel apprehensive. Lin Tian looked at the three people, coldness intertwining in his eyes. Baiziki and the others saw him, tilting his head, and followed his gaze, naturally seeing Dong Wenyan and the others. "We can't seize the divine sword now. Damn it, let's kill these people first." Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth and said. Lin Tian nodded. "I think so too. At the same time, when we take the divine sword in the future, there will be fewer obstacles." With a clang, he shook the Ling Tian sword scripture, and an immortal sword radiance came down from the sky, slashing toward Dong Wenyan and the others. This sword radiance was more than 3 feet long, and it was very terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Dong Wenyan and the others. Dong Wenyan and the others were all experts, and their spiritual senses were much stronger than ordinary people. At the same time, they moved to the side and avoided the sword. Then they noticed Lin Tianyi and the others, and their cold eyes swept over. "You're courting death again and again. You're really tired of living," Lu Huasheng said coldly. Beside him, Dong Wenyan's eyes were also cold, and the eyes of the demon Venerable, which was intertwined with demonic radiance, were also cold. "Kill!" Lin Tianji only had one word, and after saying that, he stepped forward directly. His glabella shone brightly, and he directly displayed the yin-yang lotus sea in his sea of consciousness. The intertwined black and white lotus petals rushed up majestically, sealing every inch of space in all directions, and attacked the 3 experts at the same time. "You little bastards! How dare you interfere with us taking the sword? F***CK, your grandpa!" Wuxing Crocodile cursed. He opened his 5-colored wings and upper-grade Dao weapon, and attacked with his strongest attack. Bai Qiu, Baiziki, and Yang Qi opened their sea of consciousness, and at the same time took out their Dao weapons and attacked the 3 experts. They were very strong, but they also knew that Lu Huasheng and the others were not weak. Naturally, they did not hold back. Almost from the beginning, they attacked with all their strength, shaking the space in this place inch by inch, and dazzling divine light flooded all directions. Lu Huasheng and the others shouted, and each of them took out their upper-grade Dao weapons and their powerful divine abilities. It could be said that these 3 experts were indeed stronger than Mu Yuanliang, and the power they exuded at this moment was very terrifying. Boom! The divine abilities of the 2 sides collided, stirring up the place, and the space kept cracking. "Boy, sacrificial god Bell!" Wuxing Crocodile said fiercely. "Of course." Lin Tian's eyes flashed with light. With a hong sound at this moment, he directly propped up the quasi-divine weapon mountain shaking bell. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying pressure spread out, directly suppressing the secret arts and demonic arts of Lu Huasheng and the other 2 experts. quasi-divine weapon. You. Lu Huasheng and the others' expressions changed. Lin Tianling snorted, and at this moment stepped forward alone. The mountain-shaking bell shook everything, and directly suppressed Lu Huasheng. Activate together, he said. Baiziki and the others nodded. At this moment, the sea of consciousness turned into waves of tyrannical divine power, and at the same time poured into Lin Tian's mountain-shaking bell. Suddenly, this quasi-divine weapon shone brightly, almost covering the vast sky. With a boom, among the three experts, Lu Huasheng was directly enveloped by the bell and rushed around in panic. Wow! On the mountain-shaking bell, the bird and beast patterns came to life under the crazy activation of Lin Tianyi and the others. As if they had turned into real existences, they turned into rays of light and rushed into the bell, drowning Lu Huasheng. Ah! Lu Huasheng screamed. Even though he was in the third heaven of the great Tao, he couldn't resist this power and was directly crushed. Once he was crushed, he lost everything. With a boom, the mountain-shaking bell shook fiercely, and a destructive ripple spread out, wrapped in a peerless killing power. At the same time, with Lin Tian's sea of consciousness vision, this person's broken flesh and divine soul were wiped out on the spot. Dong Wenyan and the demon Venerable, shrouded in the demonic fog, both changed their expressions, revealing a shocked expression. They never thought that Lin Tian and the others would have a quasi-divine weapon. There are two more. Kill them together, Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian tilted his head and directly pressed forward. The mountain-shaking bell shone brightly and pressed down on Dong Wenyan and the demon Venerable. Baiziki and the others didn't use any great techniques at this time. They were completely using their divine power to help Lin Tian activate the mountain-shaking bell, because at this time the quasi-divine weapon level mountain-shaking bell was enough to suppress Dong Wenyan and the demon Venerable. After all, their cultivation was much stronger than when they first got the mountain-shaking bell, and they could make this quasi-divine bell exert a more terrifying power. Now, they were fully activating this quasi-divine weapon and making it show its great power, which was enough to kill a fourth-tier great Tao expert. Dong! The mountain-shaking bell roared, and its power was even stronger, covering heaven and earth. Dong Wenyan and the demon Venerable both retreated. Facing this big bell, they didn't dare to face it head-on. It was completely courting death. You won't live, Lin Tianling said. He controlled the mountain-shaking bell and at the same time attacked with the yin-yang lotus sea of consciousness vision to interfere with the movements of the two great experts. Clang! Suddenly, the ground in the depths of this palace shook violently, and there was another sword cry, which was very ear-piercing. With a crack, the ground not far away collapsed, and a big sword that was exactly the same as the divine sword in the sky rushed out, exuding the same impressive power. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside the divine sword in the sky, like a pair of twin brothers. This is another divine sword. Bai Qiu stared. Lin Tian was also shocked. For a moment, the attacks of the two great experts toward Dong Wenyan couldn't help but stop. Roar! In front, the rotting corpse roared, and the aura of death surged up. Its eyes turned crimson, and it breathed out yin qi. Its withered claws looked like they would shatter at any time, but they were terrifying. They covered the sky and grabbed at the two divine swords. This kind of attack was a little terrifying, and it was much more terrifying than the aura of the two divine swords. It made one's heart tremble. Lin Tian and the others stared at this scene and couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. They only felt that this rotting corpse was like a living nirvana expert. Clang! 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 Chapter 819. The 9 divine swords floated and gathered together. In an instant, they exuded a wave that could destroy everything, causing Lin Tian and the others' expressions to change drastically. They only felt a chill in their bodies. They are all low-grade divine weapons, and they are exactly the same. Bai Qiu said in shock. 9 low-grade divine weapon, level divine, swords were hidden in this palace. Now that they had appeared together, it could be said that it was truly terrifying. At this moment, Lin Tian couldn't help but stop his attack. His eyes fell on the 9 divine swords, and his eyes were full of shock. Wait, Master Crocodile remembers. Wuxing Crocodile suddenly said, "It is said that 1,000 years ago the Nirvana Realm 9-Sword King and the Golden Snake Overlord, who is also in the Nirvana Realm, had a peak battle in this heaven region. After that, both of them disappeared. These 9 low-grade divine swords seem to be the divine weapons of the 9-Sword King." What? Hearing Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian and the others looked over. Wuxing Crocodile stared at the 9 divine swords vibrating in the sky in front of him. His eyes flickered, and finally he said in an extremely affirmative tone, "Yes, it is definitely the divine weapon of the 9-Sword King." As he said, he looked at the tall, rotten corpse surrounded by thousands of snakes and said, "This dead spirit should be the Golden Snake Overlord. The palace we are in now should be the protective divine weapon of the Golden Snake Overlord. It was left here after being slashed by the 9 divine swords." Hearing his words, Lin Tian and the others were moved again. This palace buried under the ground is a divine weapon. Bai Qiu stared. Such a statement seemed to be a bit too unbelievable. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with light. At this time he nodded and agreed with Wuxing Crocodile's words. "It is very likely so," he said. "This palace is almost entirely forged with special metals. Moreover, many places have Nirvana Dao patterns. It is indeed like a divine weapon. Moreover, this also explained why there were so many Yin snakes in this palace. This was because this was the divine weapon of the Golden Snake Demon Saint. So it was normal for there to be so many Yin snakes inside. Moreover, we saw that this palace was damaged a lot before. At that time, we speculated that it was destroyed by some kind of weapon. Now that we think about it, it should have been destroyed by the 9-sword sovereign back then with the 9 godly sword." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the others changed slightly. This speculation was indeed very consistent. Bai Qiu stared ahead. Is this really the case? We are now in a broken divine weapon. There's no doubt about it. That's definitely the case. Wuxing Crocodile stared at the 9 swords in the sky and said, "Rumor has it that the 9-Sword King was a bit crazy back then. He sacrificed half of his divine sense and half of his soul to these 9 swords, causing their power to multiply. Because of this, although the 9 divine weapons don't have weapon souls, they carry the divine soul of the deceased 9-Sword King." At this time, after sensing the aura of the rotten corpse, who was once their mortal enemy, they all moved and began to attack on their own. They swore to kill him under the 9 swords. He sacrificed half of his divine sense and half of his soul to the 9 divine weapons. Lin Tian and the others were shocked. For a cultivator, the soul was extremely important, and so was the divine sense. The 9-Sword King actually dared to do such a thing. He actually sacrificed half of his divine sense and half of his soul to his 9 weapons. So crazy! Bai Qiu was shocked. "It is crazy," Wuxing Crocodile said. "However, because of this, the 9 swords are terrifyingly powerful. Their combined power is even more powerful than a middle-grade divine weapon. As you can see, this palace seems to be a middle-grade divine weapon, but it was destroyed by the 9 low-grade divine swords. Only a few Dao patterns were left." Hearing its words, they couldn't help but look at the 9 divine swords. Indeed, these 9 divine swords were too terrifying. Wuxing Crocodile continued. Lord Crocodile guessed that after the battle between the 9-Sword King and the Golden Snake Overlord, their divine power and demonic power were exhausted. They happened to fall into this nirvana abyss and died tragically in the end. Later, After so many years, the Golden Snake Overlord and its demonic snakes turned into undead evil creatures because of this abyss. Lin Tian and the others nodded silently. Everything here should be like this. Clang. In front, the 9 divine swords clanged. After combining, their power was terrifying, almost destroying this place completely. Lin Tian and the others couldn't help but retreat to avoid being affected by this unparalleled sword power. In the other direction, Dong Wenyan and the great Tao demon, Venerable, got rid of Lin Tian's mountain-shaking bell and retreated. Their eyes were full of brilliance as they stared straight at the 9 divine swords. This place actually had 9 complete divine weapons. Roar! The rotting corpse roared, shaking the space. The densely packed snakes were also crazily attacking the 9 divine swords. However, the 9 divine swords were too terrifying. They crushed everything with a slight vibration. How are we going to snatch the swords? Bai Qiu shrank his neck. At this time, the power of the 9 divine swords combined was too terrifying. The rotting corpse was also terrifying. In such a situation, anyone who rushed up in this place would be killed in an instant. Even if Lin Tian used the weapon control technique to summon the mountain-shaking bell, it was impossible to resist. Hearing this, even Bai Ziki couldn't help but frown. In the current situation, it was indeed very troublesome to snatch the swords. Damn it, those bastards from before. If the first divine sword was in Lin Tian's hands, we might be able to summon the other 8 swords according to that sword. But now, the 9 swords are combined, almost becoming whole. It's really... Wuxing Crocodile said, looking like he wanted to kill someone. Lord Crocodile will F***CK, their grandpa. Lin Tian stared at the 9 divine swords in the sky. His eyes were intertwined with traces of brilliance. He said, let's ignore them for now. Later, I will think of a way to get them. As he spoke, he turned his head again to look at Dong Wenyan and the great Tao demon, Venerable Powerhouse. The murderous intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Now, let's work together to get rid of these 2 people first. Hearing this, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, Yang Qi, and Wuxing Crocodile all turned to look at Dong Wenyan and the demon Venerable. Very good. Lord Crocodile is angry. Kill these 2 little bastards. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. As he spoke, the 5 colored wings on his back shook, and a mighty surge of demonic power directly poured into the mountain-shaking bell above Lin Tian's head. Kill them directly. He faced Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian naturally thought so. He immediately urged the mountain-shaking bell with all his strength, pressing it toward the 2 powerhouses with great momentum. Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Yang Qi, the 3 powerhouses, each stood on one side, fully exerting their divine power to help Lin Tianyi urge the mountain-shaking bell. In an instant, the mountain-shaking bell shone brightly, like a volcano erupting. It suppressed all directions, shattering a large part of the void. You, Dong Wenyan, and the great Tao demon Venerable were staring at the 9 divine swords in the sky, thinking about how to get them. At this moment, facing Lin Tian's mountain-shaking bell, their faces suddenly changed, and they quickly retreated. You can't retreat. Lin Tianling said. With a low roar, the mountain-shaking bell suddenly enlarged, enveloping all directions. Bang! Bang! With 2 crisp sounds, Dong Wenyan and the great Tao demon Venerable were both blasted away, and half of their bodies were crushed. Lin Tian was merciless, not giving the 2 a chance to repair their bodies at all. He supported the mountain-shaking bell and pressed it down directly. Dong Wenyan and the demon Venerable of the Great Path propped up their respective high-grade Great Path weapons and unleashed their great superpowers. However, it was useless. Under the combined power of the 5 great cultivators, they were too weak. Their respective Great Path weapons were instantly crushed into pieces. Dai. Lin Tian operated the Heart Sutra of Sun to the peak, supported the mountain-shaking bell, and directly sucked Dong Wenyan into it. Suddenly, the mountain and river imprints on the bell shone brightly, turning into a murderous bell and rushing toward them. Ah! Dong Wenyan screamed, and this time his body was directly crushed. Immediately, Lin Tian conjured the yin-yang lotus sea phenomenon, and together with a mountain-shaking bell, it directly crushed his spirit and body. He tilted his head and looked at the great Tao demon venerable. "You're the only one left." His voice was cold, and as soon as he finished speaking, he pressed forward. Boom! Above his head, the mountain-shaking bell emitted an even more shocking power, and its light illuminated all directions. At this moment, Bai Qiu and the others knew that the demon venerable was at the fourth tier of the great Tao. They all gave it their all, and their divine power and demonic power continuously surged into the mountain-shaking bell above Lin Tian's head, causing the light of the bell to more than double. It cut off all the escape routes of the other party and pressed down fiercely. This power was somewhat terrifying, and even the demon venerable, who was at the fourth tier of the great Tao, found it difficult to resist. He was directly crushed into a bloody mist. Whoosh! In the bloody mist that filled the sky, a demonic light rushed out like a meteor into the distance, crossing hundreds of feet in an instant. This scene made Lin Tian's expression change slightly. This demonic light was the spirit of the great Tao demon venerable. At this moment, the other party had obviously burned a part of his spiritual power to forcibly exchange it for power, increasing his speed to a very terrifying level. He was much faster than when he used the fifth tier of the yin and yang locusts. At this time, it was too late for him to stop him. Clang! At this moment, an ear-piercing sound of weapons rang out, and an extremely blazing saber light rushed out from Yang Qi's body. Its speed was also terrifying, and it flew up as if it had teleported. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the spirit of the great Tao demon venerable. The demon venerable was frightened and screamed, "No! Stop!" Poof! The saber light pressed down, terrifying, and the spirit of the demon venerable was directly shattered. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian was shocked. The Bai siblings and Whooshing Crocodile were also shocked. That saber strike just now was too amazing. He clearly doesn't have a monarch body, but he seems to be stronger than me. This is too much. This is really unreasonable. Bai Qiu stared. Half-step to the great Tao realm. And you didn't use the Tao law just now, but you actually shattered the spirit of a great Tao powerhouse just like that. Young man with a saber. Your method is a little scary. Whooshing Crocodile was also surprised, but then it thought of something and asked, "Speaking of which, Uncle Crocodile heard from Lin Tian that you also came from the lower heavens. But when I first saw you, you were only in the 9th tier of the immortal connection realm. How did you come to this heavens through the space-time portal of the 4th heaven?" Uncle Crocodile remembers that to pass through that space-time portal, you need to at least have the cultivation of a half-step to the great Tao realm. Hearing this question, Lin Tian and the others also looked at Yang Qi at the same time. They had some doubts when they saw Yang Qi in the mountain before, but then they forgot about it because they came to the Nirvana abyss. Now that Whooshing Crocodile mentioned it, they were naturally curious again. Back then, before they stepped into the half-step to the great Tao realm, it was the Emperor-level Violet Fairy who personally opened the barrier of the great heaven realm and sent them to this heaven. How did Yang Qi come to this heaven without reaching the half-step to the great Tao realm? I found a forging Tao immortal root in a gorge in the 4th heaven. After refining it, I encountered a spatial storm. When I woke up, I was in this heaven. Chapter 820. Hearing Yang Qi's words, Lin Tian and the others were shocked. Forging Tao immortal root. Spatial storm. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Forging Tao immortal root. That thing is as precious as life crystals. You actually obtained and refined a forging Tao immortal root. Spatial storm. That thing is even more terrifying. Even Wuzhen level powerhouses would die if they were sucked into it, but you actually survived? How can you be so unreasonable? He stared at Yang Qi with a look of disbelief. Lin Tian was also surprised, but he couldn't help but slap this guy. What did he say at the end? Does he know how to speak properly? Does he think others deserve to die? Congratulations. He smiled at Yang Qi. A complete forging Tao immortal root was very valuable. He had read in an ancient book that it was a divine object on the same level as life crystals. He could imagine that after refining the forging Tao immortal root, Yang Qi's life essence should be much stronger than theirs. After all, Yang Qi refined a complete forging Tao immortal root. He also didn't expect that Yang Qi would be sucked into a spatial storm and come to the fifth heaven, which really shocked him. Clang! At this time, the terrifying sword humming sounded again. It was very ear-piercing, resounding in the sky. The 4 people and 1 crocodile were shocked. They all turned their heads and looked forward. Over there, 9 divine swords hung high in the sky. They were terrifyingly powerful as they slashed down thick rays of sword light towards the tall, rotten corpse. With a cracking sound, the void shattered wherever the sword light passed. It was impossible for the void to withstand such power. Back then, Sovereign 9 Swords sacrificed half of his divine sense and half of his soul to the 9 divine swords. Now that he sensed the aura of his great enemy, Demon Sage Golden Snake, the obsession of his soul was awakened, and he swore to kill him, causing the 9 divine swords to release their peak power on their own. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes flashed. To be honest, this is shocking. You have to know that this is only a magic weapon. Even if half of one's divine sense and half of one's divine soul were sacrificed, it is impossible to make the magic sword attack on its own and exert its peak power without an owner. It can only be said that the 9 Sword King's desire to kill the Golden Snake Demon Saint was too strong. Lin Tian and the others nodded. This was indeed the case. A weapon could attack on its own and display its peak power. This was a characteristic that only primal chaos heavenly treasures possessed. This was because primal chaos heavenly treasures possessed weapon spirits that possessed their own will. Clang! Sword cries clanged and shook the surroundings. It was unknown how much space had been shattered, and the terrifying sword Qi traversed an area of over 300 m. The tall corpse roared. Its snake eyes were filled with a ruthless aura, and its mouth spat out a deathly mist. It was similarly terrifying to the extreme. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Around them, the dead spirit snakes gathered together. Even though they were dead and had turned into dead spirits, they seemed to know who their king was. They protected the giant zombie like a guardian spirit and crazily dashed toward the 9 godly swords. They were like moths flying into a flame. However, none of the dead spirit snakes retreated. Pooh! 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 Lin Tian and the others looked over. There the snakes were crushed, and black ashes kept falling to the ground. Boy Lin, what should we do? Whooshing Crocodile stared ahead. Yes, what should we do? Bai Qiu muttered and frowned. The battle in front of them was too frightening. The 9 divine swords automatically released the most powerful aura. That tall rotten corpse was formed after the death of the Golden Snake Demon Saint. It was all so frightening. It was impossible for them to rush up and seize the swords now. Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he said, "No hurry. Let me increase the pressure on the zombie first." Increase the pressure on the zombie? What do you mean? Bai Ziki and the others were puzzled. Lin Tian said, "The reason why the 9 godly swords can release such terrifying power on their own is that the divine soul of the King of 9 Swords inside them wants to kill the zombie, transformed from the Golden Snake Demon Saint. As long as the zombie dies, the divine soul of the King of 9 Swords inside the 9 godly swords will dissipate in an instant. That will be the best time to snatch the swords." Hearing his words, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, Whooshing Crocodile, and Yang Qi were all slightly moved. "You mean we should join forces and help the 9 godly swords kill the zombie first?" Whooshing crocodile stared at him. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. 5 Elements crocodile shook his head and said, Kid, don't be reckless. Your analysis is very reasonable. But look at that rotten corpse. It's frighteningly ferocious. Even if an ordinary Wuxian expert came, he would probably be slapped to death. Our strength doesn't pose any threat to it. Even if we have quasi-divine weapons, it won't have any effect on this thing. If we use quasi-divine weapons to attack it, it will only tickle it. And if we are targeted by it, it will instantly be miserable. Baiziki also nodded. The giant zombie in front of them was really terrifying. If they angered it and attacked them, none of them would be able to survive. We don't need to attack directly. Lin Tian looked ahead and said, Have you forgotten? I am also a formation controller. I control the killing formation. I will carve several killing formations here and then use the mountain shaking bell to control and kill the zombie from a distance. His eyes flashed and he said, Of course, that won't kill it. However, it won't be a problem to interfere with it and disperse part of its power. At that time, the 9 godly swords should be able to kill it. Hearing his words, Whooshing Crocodile and Baiziki's expressions changed again. Their eyes were full of surprise. Damn, Kidlin, you are so cunning. You can even think of this method. Lord Crocodile really admires you. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian immediately wanted to beat it up. What did he mean by cunning? Did he know how to use adjectives? Hurry up, we will protect you. Quickly carve the formation. Whooshing Crocodile urged. Hearing Lin Tian's words, it was really pleasantly surprised. Lin Tian's method was really good. It should have a miraculous effect. Lin Tian nodded at this time, looking serious. With the mountain shaking bell protecting his body, he surrounded the battlefield where the 9 godly swords and the tall zombie were fighting and began to carve the eternal killing formation. Faint silver light intertwined between his 5 fingers. He used the 5 dragon flash technique to carve the formation. Sparkling and translucent formation patterns jumped out quickly and then disappeared into the void. He was extremely cautious. After all, he was carving the formation around the 9 godly swords and the terrifying zombie. If he attracted the attention of both sides, he would be in trouble. Baiqiu, Baiziki, Whooshing Crocodile, and Yang Qi carefully guarded the side, all of them vigilantly looking around. At the same time, they were also watching the battle between the 9 godly swords and the tall zombie. If there were any strange movements, they would be ready to intervene at any time. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. Okay, at this time Lin Tian stopped. His cultivation was now stronger than before, so it was naturally easier for him to carve the eternal killing formation. Even so, after spending a day, he only managed to carve the eternal killing formation in 4 corners. After all, he was carving the formation around the 9 godly swords and the tall zombie at the edge of the battlefield. Because he was very cautious, his speed was naturally affected. However, the eternal killing formation in 4 corners was more or less enough. After a day of fighting, the tall zombie's aura had weakened a lot. It was far from being as strong as it was at the beginning. Clang! Roar! In front of him, the 9 godly swords were still shining brightly. The tall zombie let out a violent roar and shook the 9 godly swords with his strength. The space around him kept collapsing and smoke rose into the sky. At this time, the ordinary snakes on the battlefield had all disappeared. They were all crushed by the aura of the godly swords. Only the tall zombie himself was left. Lin Tian finished carving the eternal killing formation in 4 corners and took a short rest to adjust his energy. Then he stared ahead and took out the mountain shaking bell and merged it into the eternal killing formation. Begin, he whispered. He formed a formation seal. Suddenly, the eternal killing formation in 4 corners appeared. Boom! In just an instant, a vast killing intent enveloped the entire space. Dense, eternal killing runes appeared in the void, completely sealing off the surrounding space. The terrifying killing intent seemed to want to devour and shatter everything. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, and this was not the strongest. In the eternal killing formation, the mountain-shaking bell, which was at the level of a quasi-divine weapon, shook gently. Suddenly, the eternal killing formation in four corners became even more terrifying. There was an even more terrifying killing light that rushed up as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Baichio, Baiziki, and the others could not help but gasp when they saw this. As his cultivation increases, the killing formation he carves is getting more and more terrifying. Baiziki said in a low voice. At this time, the power of the eternal killing formation in four corners was released. The killing intent was really terrifying and made one's heart tremble. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He controlled the eternal killing formation in four corners and the mountain-shaking bell with his mind. He activated the dense eternal killing formation, which directly slashed across and struck the tall, rotten corpse. Boom! In an instant, the densely packed eternal killing light landed on the rotting corpse, causing it to tremble violently. It actually tumbled backwards, and a wisp of pitch-black blood flew out from its body. Whooshing crocodiles stared. It's hurt. In front, the tall, rotten corpse was injured. It roared angrily, and the vast death aura suddenly became more terrifying. A pair of ghostly eyes swept around, sinister and sinister. It was as if it had its own consciousness, trying to find out who hurt it. However, in the end, it did not find anything. Lin Tian and the others had already retreated far away. Only the killing formation and the bell ring were there. Boom! The eternal killing light was vast and dense. It was like a raging sea, crazily pressing toward the tall, rotten corpse. This scene was a little scary and horrifying. However, the tall, rotten corpse was even more terrifying. With a roar, it shattered more than half of the eternal killing light. The space was shaken to the point that it almost collapsed. It was very scary. This thing was very powerful when it was alive. After it died, it turned into an evil spirit. It's still very scary. Whooshing crocodiles said, This is the characteristic of the strong. Lin Tian nodded. At this moment, he was very far away from the battlefield. He was controlling the killing formation and the quasi-divine weapon with his mind, cooperating with them to kill the rotten corpse. Clang! Chapter 821. The 9 sword forces were terrifying. Each of them was 100 feet long, like a comet dragging its tail as it pressed down. With a cracking sound, the void was directly crushed. Puff! This time, because the eternal four corners killing formation was distracting the corpse, 5 of the 9 sword forces accurately hit the tall corpse. The corpse was immediately sent flying, and one of its arms was crushed into a bloody mist by the sword forces. Lin Tian and the others could not help but gasp. At this time, the sword radiance from the 9 divine swords was really terrifying. Boy, it's working. Keep going. Whooshing crocodiles said. Lin Tian nodded. With a thought, the four-corner eternal killing formation once again boiled. The mountain-shaking bell placed in the middle of the four-corner killing formation also emitted a rumbling sound. Many frightening killing lights surged and submerged the rotten corpses under Lin Tian's control. These killing radiants were not as strong as the sword radiance from the divine swords. After all, the divine swords were now at their peak power. Even so, this was still a terrifying attack, enough to distract part of the corpse's energy and combat strength. Roar! The corpse roared and roared. Its one arm swept out and shattered the sword radiance in the sky. However, at this time, the 9 divine swords in the sky slashed down 9 terrifying sword forces, as if they were going to cut everything into pieces. The 9 sword forces fell, causing the corpse to be heavily injured again. A huge bloody hole was pierced through its chest. Lin Tian saw the opportunity. The eternal four corners killing formation burst out with monstrous killing intent again, condensing a sword radiance that was about 10 feet long. It landed on the corpse and sent it flying dozens of feet away. Roar! The corpse roared. Its only claw swept out and shook off a divine sword. Its claw swung out a large amount of death mist. This deathly mist swept in all directions in an extremely chaotic manner. However, it was extremely frightening, causing the four corners eternal killing formation that Lin Tian had imprinted to become much dimmer. The quasi-divine weapon-grade bell violently trembled and was almost sent flying. Lin Tian could not help but be shocked. The golden snake demon sage was really terrifying. After he died and turned into a dead spirit, he still had such terrifying combat strength. It was terrifying. Clang! 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 At this moment, the sword chime became particularly ear-piercing, and the void crackled. As far as the eye could see, the 9 divine swords floated up and down. Chains of light interweaved between them, connecting the 9 divine swords together. This caused the aura of the 9 divine swords to rise once again. The sword might surged like waves. Lin Tian and the others were shocked. Back then, the 9-sword king sacrificed half of his divine sense and half of his soul to these 9 swords. It should have been for this step, allowing the 9 swords to produce a sword chain, allowing the 9 swords' sword power to fuse for a short period of time and erupt with a monstrous killing light. Whooshing Crocodile said. The moment it finished speaking, the 9 swords roared again. The clanging of the swords shook the earth and created a hurricane. This hurricane was like a destructive sword wind, and it pressed down on the tall corpse with great momentum. You guys activate the mountain-shaking bell. I'll guide the killing formation and deal the final blow, Lin Tian said. By Ziki, and the others understood. They immediately released their divine power and demonic power and poured it into the mountain-shaking bell, causing the bell's power to increase greatly. Lin Tian channeled the Heavenly One Soul technique, causing all the eternal killing marks to light up. They turned into a huge sword that was 15 meters long. Then they merged with the power of the quasi-divine weapon from the mountain-shaking bell. With a swoosh, they slashed towards the huge corpse. Clang! This was the sword of absolute extermination formed by burning the 4 corners eternal killing formation directly and then merging it with the mountain-shaking bell's full power. Its power was stronger than ever before. First, the hurricane created by the 9 divine swords appeared in front of the corpse. With a poof, the tall corpse was injured by the killing sword despite its attack. It flew out with a bang. At this moment, the hurricane created by the 9 divine swords happened to arrive and directly enveloped the tall corpse. In an instant, the tall corpse's screams were heard. It was very ear-piercing. Lin Tian retrieved the mountain-shaking bell. From his perspective, he saw that in the terrifying hurricane, the tall corpse was crushed inch by inch, and black blood splattered everywhere. Poof! 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 In the sword wind, the corpse's only arm, left leg, right leg, and chest were crushed one by one. In the end, its head was also crushed. When the hurricane disappeared, only a pile of black ashes and a pool of thick black blood were left on the ground. Is it dead? Bai Qiu asked softly. It died a long time ago. It should be said that this time it died again after dying. Whooshing Crocodile said. As far as the eye could see, the corpse had completely disappeared. Even its aura could not be felt anymore. Only ashes and thick blood were left. In the sky, the 9 divine swords hummed. The sword light on the surface of the swords intertwined and gradually dimmed. Then, the connected chains of light also disappeared. The terrifying sword power from before retreated like the tide, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the 9 divine swords were like children who had lost their way. They trembled slightly but did not do anything else. Get the swords, Lin Tian said in a deep voice. For a moment, the eyes of the other 3 people and the crocodile lit up. The group stepped out at the same time and closed in on the 9 divine swords. Lin Tian was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had grabbed a divine sword in his hand. The divine sword vibrated and emitted a sword hum. It seemed to be resisting, but the resistance was obviously very weak. It was exactly as he had expected. After killing the tall, rotten corpse, the spirit and obsession of the 9 Swords King in the 9 Divine Swords disappeared. It was no longer as terrifying as before. He suppressed this divine sword and then reached out to grab the other divine swords. Almost at the same time, Baiziki and Yangqi each grabbed a divine sword. Their eyes were intertwined with a sharp light. "Come to Lord Crocodile's claws." Whooshing Crocodile howled. "Mine." Baiqiu held up the great moon palm. After the corpse of the golden snake demon saint was killed, the sword power of the divine swords became very weak. Although the sword light and sword humming spread, it was no threat to the group at this moment. In the end, all 9 divine swords were taken by the group. Lin Tian took 3, Yangqi and Baiziki each took 2, and Baiqiu and Whooshing Crocodile each took 1. Divine weapons! Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. He erased the spiritual imprint of the 9 Swords King on it and then branded his own imprint on it. What a steal! Baiqiu's big eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon. He also branded his divine sense on it and re-refined it. Lin Tian and the other 2 naturally erased the original imprint on the divine swords and branded their own imprints on them. Lin Tian held a divine sword. The sword body was covered with patterns. The sword body looked as if it was stained with blood. It looked a little shocking. He held the divine sword and ran the high heavens sword scripture. Suddenly, a loud sword humming sound resounded in all directions. Although it was not as terrifying as the divine sword's power just now, it was still very strong. It was far from what the mountain-shaking bell could compare to. Great! A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. It was worthy of being a real divine weapon. A casual vibration was much stronger than the mountain-shaking bell that he activated with all his strength. He held the sword in his right hand and stroked the sword body with his left hand. Then he put it away. Whooshing Crocodile laughed on the side. Entering this place and taking the divine weapons of the 9 sects in one go was a great gain. At this moment, behind them, there was a sound of breaking through the air. Some cultivators were rushing over here. Lin Tian glanced and said to Baiziki and the others, "Let's go." They had already taken the divine swords. At this time, there was no need to stay in this place. Immediately, the group stepped out from another direction and quickly left this place. Not long after, they reappeared in the palace that they had come from and walked out along a palace path. Speaking of which, this palace is also a divine weapon. Can we put it away? Baiqiu asked. We can't. Lin Tiandao said, just now I used the weapon control technique and divine sense to check it. The Dao patterns inside have all been obliterated. Now it is only a dilapidated palace. It can't even be compared to an ordinary celestial artifact. Brat Lin is right. There is no hope. It has been destroyed long ago. Whooshing Crocodile said. Baiqiu pursed his lips and muttered, "What a pity." At this time, the group walked out of this palace at a steady pace and reappeared in the space outside. We can still stay in this abyss for about 4 days. We have to hurry and see if we can dig out a few complete source veins and break through to the great Dao realm in one go. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tiandao glanced at it, but didn't say anything. He directly left the palace and headed to other places in the abyss. This abyss was extremely large, mountain ranges everywhere, all of them extremely majestic, astonishing large trees growing one after another. The 4 people and 1 crocodile walked in this abyss, entering and exiting mountain after mountain. However, they didn't find anything particularly precious. They only found some ordinary treasured medicines and Lingjing. The immortal Lingjing, on the other hand, found a few dozen kilograms. Soon, several days passed. On this day, the group had been in the Nirvana abyss for a full 6 days. It was also at this time that the densely packed cultivators in the abyss rose into the air and began to head up the abyss. Up until now, there was still one last day before the mist of death within the abyss of nirvana would flood out once more. At that time, if one was still within it, then one would definitely die, and even ordinary rebirth realm experts would be unable to resist it. Let's go, let's leave, Lin Tiandao said. At this time, it was time to leave. Whooshing Crocodile stared at him and said, "There's still one day left. What's the rush? Let's search for another half a day. Who knows, we might be able to dig out a complete divine vein or even a divine herb in this half a day." Divine herb my ass. Lin Tiandao wanted to slap it. We've already gained a lot in these 6 days. Don't be too greedy. What else are we looking for? If we encounter some special terrain and get trapped, we won't even be able to cry. That's right. We should stop when it's time. Don't take everything away and leave some treasures for the future generations. Baiqiu nodded. Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but roll its eyes. Little girl, you were the one who called us the most. Didn't you say you wanted to dig out all the treasures in this desolate area? Baiqiu snorted and ignored it. In the end, the group didn't stay any longer. They all rose into the air and quickly left the nirvana abyss. Standing at the edge of the abyss, they glanced down one last time before leaving. Not long after, they were very far away from the nirvana abyss. It's about time to go to the central region. That region is the most important place in this heaven. Chapter 8:22. The fifth heaven is divided into 2 large areas, the barren region and the central region. The barren region is vast and boundless, and the central region is even more vast. There are many immortal mansions and spiritual lands, and many powerhouses gather there. It can be said that the true powerhouses of the fifth heaven live in the central region, and the space-time portal from the fifth heaven to the sixth heaven is also located in the central region. Let's go to the central region now. I still want to dig a few more great tombs in the barren region. Baiqiu said, there are more great tombs and spiritual lands in the central region, and the scale is much larger than the barren region. As the 5 elements alligator spoke, a rare light appeared in his eyes. Moreover, it is said that there is a huge immortal estate world in that area. It contains the orthodoxy of at least 2 Empyreans. Countless people want to find it. Hearing what it said, Baiqiu's eyes widened, and even Lin Tian was surprised. There are 9 heavenly lords in the 10 heavens, and each of them is invincible. They can suppress the 8 barren regions with a single hand. In the undiscovered immortal mansion world in the central region, there are at least 2 heavenly lords' orthodoxies. How amazing is this? It will really make countless cultivators go crazy. Let's dig it out. Baiqiu gestured with his fist. The orthodoxy of an heavenly lord is undoubtedly the most supreme immortal treasure in today's cultivation world. Master Crocodile has long wanted to dig it out, but unfortunately that immortal mansion world isn't easy to find. No one has ever found it. Even a half-step chaotic realm powerhouse came down to search for it, but unfortunately there was no result. Whooshing Crocodile rolled his eyes. It's natural that such an immortal mansion world isn't easy to find. Maybe we have to wait for it to manifest itself. Lin Tian said. Baiqiu gestured with his fist and said, in short, let's go to the central region. The group didn't have any objections. The central region has the most battle value. Going to the central region is naturally a very good choice. In the next moment, the group walked towards the central region. They are now at the edge of the barren region, still far from the central region, but the group wasn't in a hurry. After all, there is nothing to do in a hurry. Speaking of which, I don't know what that region is like. I heard that the strongest powerhouses of the younger generation are there. Lin Tian stared at the central region. Right. Back then, I heard some cultivators mention something about a young king. It sounds like he is very powerful. Baiqiu nodded and glanced at Whooshing Crocodile. Little Crocodile, do you know who those young kings are? What are their backgrounds? Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but roll his eyes. Grandpa Crocodile hasn't been to the central region of this heavenly region for many years. Where would I find any young kings? Let them all go to hell. Bai Qiu curled his lips and didn't say anything. I know a little about this, said Yang Qi. Hearing this, Lin Tian and the others looked at him. Yang Qi naturally knew that the three of them and the crocodile were waiting for him to continue. Without hesitation, he said, I've never been to the central region. I just heard about it. Currently, there are 7 young kings in the central region. They are Qi Lianzhen, Lungxing Luo, Guwuji, Zuodaoyu, Duanziyuan, and Lanjing, and Yang Qi looked at Lin Tian, and Baiziki and said, Li Guhuang. Yang Qi and Lin Tian were old friends, so he naturally knew about the enmity between Li Guhuang and Lin Tian. Lin Tian and Baiziki's expressions changed. At the same time, a cold light shot out from their eyes. It's him. Lin Tianling smiled. Seeing this, Whooshing Crocodile was curious. Who is Li Guhuang? Boy Lin, is he your enemy? Sun Body, mortal enemy. Lin Tianlong. Li Guhuang, Sun Body, was the undisputed number one of the younger generation in the second heaven. No one in the same generation could stop him. Many of the older generation were not his match. Back then, Lin Tian defeated Li Guhuang, but he was also very clear that at that time he had borrowed some external strength. If not for that, it was hard to say if he could have defeated Li Guhuang. Whooshing Crocodile stared. Sun Body. Among the 12 monarch bodies, the Sun Body was undoubtedly the strongest. Its origin was like the divine sun, enough to burn all things in the world. Yang Qi looked at Lin Tian and said he is now in the Great Tao realm. According to rumors, he is in the 5th heaven of the Great Tao. Who cares what level his Great Tao is? If we meet again, I will definitely kill him. Lin Tianlong said. A few years ago, not being able to kill Li Guhuang in the Bai family was one of his regrets. Yang Qi nodded and said, Li Guhuang has the Sun Body. In the central region, he is called the Sun King. Qi Lianzhen controls the Great Tao of smelting and is called King Qi Lian. Lungxing Luo's formation control technique is amazing and is called the Formation Control King. Gu Wuji controls the Great Tao of withering and is called the King of Withering. Supplemental Path Ghost controls the Great Tao of darkness and is called the King of Darkness. Duanziyuan has endless spells and cultivated at least 1,000 divine abilities and secret arts. He is called the Divine Ability King. And Lanjing. When these 3 words were said, even someone like Yang Qi couldn't help but become serious. He said, this person is called the King of Primal Chaos and has the King of Primal Chaos body. Hearing this, the 3 people and 1 crocodile were all moved. Primal Chaos body, Whooshing Crocodile stared. Another Primal Chaos body appeared in the 10 directions, celestial domain. When it heard the words chaotic body, even an old monster like it could not help but feel shocked. Baiziki imperceptibly glanced at Lin Tian and said, in the history of cultivation, before the reincarnation body appeared, the Primal Chaos body was worthy of being called the strongest. It suppressed all the other monarch bodies except for the reincarnation body. Once it appears, it will definitely reach the peak. I know. Lin Tian nodded. The Primal Chaos body, fused with the chaos, peerless and domineering. With such a monarch body, as long as it grows normally, it will definitely enter the Primal Chaos realm and become an emperor. Yang Qi said, it is said that the 7 young kings of the central region are all at the 5th heavenly layer of the Great Tao, and their combat power is extraordinary. Among the 7 young kings, it is difficult to determine the strength of the other 6. Only Lanjing is recognized as the strongest of the 7. It is said that he came from the 7th heaven and has already killed a powerhouse at the Enlightenment realm with his own strength. His current strength is even stronger than the 9 celestials of the same era. He is said to be the most promising person to break the barrier of the 10th heaven and achieve eternal life. Hearing this, the group was shocked again. Killing a powerhouse at the Enlightenment realm with his own strength is even stronger than the 9 celestials of the same era. This is really a bit terrifying. Yang Qi continued. According to the rumors, Enlanjing is already invincible among his peers in the 7th heaven. He has many followers and 9 generals by his side. All of them are geniuses, and the weakest of them is at the 5th heavenly layer of the Great Tao. This time, Enlanjing came to the 5th heaven for the immortal mansion world in the central region. Lin Tianwei muttered to himself, "It's that immortal mansion world again. Let's go to the central region and find that immortal mansion before anyone else, and dig out all the treasures inside." Bai Qiu clenched his fists and said. Lin Tian was speechless. That immortal mansion world hasn't appeared for so many years, and no one has ever found it. How can it be so easy to find? Wuxing Crocodile also couldn't help but roll its eyes, then sighed again and again. This generation's 5th heaven is really lively. The extreme Yin body, the Thunder God body, the extreme Yang body, and now even the Chaos body has appeared. It's really... King physiques are rare, but now, in the 5th heaven, there are 4 king physiques. How can it not be surprised? Okay, stop sighing, let's go. Lin Tian said. He looked at the central region. That place is really extraordinary. It is indeed worthy of being the center of this heaven. Li Guhuang. His eyes flashed with a cold light. This person must be killed. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of another great enemy, the desolate monster Physique Pitsong. The other party also left the 2nd heaven and went to a higher heaven. After that, he felt a sense of pressure. Thinking about it, his current cultivation base is still too low. He took a deep breath, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. To become stronger, he needs to become stronger faster. The location of the central region is naturally not a secret. The group of people knew it very well. They went straight to the central region. Of course, they didn't rush forward without stopping. While rushing to the central region, they also searched for traces of enlightenment left by their predecessors. In the process, they found several traces of enlightenment left behind by their predecessors, which were very useful to them. Each of them made great progress in their comprehension of the Tao, and their strength increased by a lot. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. 3 months had passed, and Bai Qiu was about to step into the half-step Great Tao realm. As for Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, and Yang Qi, they were about to reach the end of the half-step Great Tao realm. They were only a small step away from stepping into the Great Tao realm, and their battle prowess had increased greatly. It was also on this day that the mountain range on the horizon suddenly became more majestic. Each of them was like a true dragon. "We've arrived at the central region," Wuxing Crocodile said. After 3 months, the group of people searched for traces of enlightenment left behind by their predecessors as they walked towards the central region. At this moment, they finally walked out of the desolate region and appeared in the central region of this heaven. This is the central region. It is indeed different. Lin Tian muttered to himself. At this moment, as soon as he stepped into the central region, he felt very rich spiritual qi fluctuations. It was much stronger than in the desolate region. The landscape was very extraordinary, and there was a phenomenon of thousands of dragons returning to their roots. "Let's go. Let's find a place to rest first. Then we will set out together and go all out to excavate the origin veins," Wuxing Crocodile said. It led Lin Tian and the others forward. Not long after, a huge city appeared in front of them. It occupied an unknown amount of land, and the old trees around it were all extraordinary. "There are cities in this heaven." Lin Tian was surprised. "Of course there are," Wuxing Crocodile said. "This heaven is densely populated with cultivators, and most of them are fighting and killing. In the long run, it will inevitably become very boring. Therefore, some of the major forces in the upper heavens came to this heaven and worked together to build an ancient city like this. There are treasure trading pavilions and juk immortal taverns inside to allow the many cultivators in this heaven to trade treasures and rest outside of cultivation. Of course, they also use this to earn cultivation resources like Ling Jing for their respective sections. Chapter 8:23. Listening to Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian and the other three were a little surprised. However, after thinking about it, such a city in the fifth heaven is really a good choice. After all, this heaven is filled with wars and killings. Sometimes one would encounter fatal disasters on the road. In the long run, it's really tiring. In addition to the continuous battles and killings, having such a peaceful place to rest and relax, quietly drinking a few pots of spirits, enjoying the dance of beautiful women, and not worrying about being suddenly attacked in the city, for many cultivators, this can be called the holy land of this heaven. The great forces of the upper heavens really have a lot of ideas. Bai Qiu muttered, "It seems that the cost of living in this city must be very high." The 5 elements crocodile nodded and gave a rare compliment. "Little girl, you're quite smart." "That's right. In this city, everything is paid with spirit crystals, and the price is ridiculously high. For example, the most common spirit wine in the 6th heaven is the kind of fire wine that can be found everywhere in the cultivation world. In this city, a pot of Lingjing costs half a kilogram." Hearing this, Lin Tian and the others were moved. Even Yang Qi was no exception. It should be known that the fire wine was the most common wine in the cultivation world. Based on the price of 1 caddy of spirit crystals, it was enough to buy several hundred jugs of this strong wine. However, in this city, one could only buy 1 jug. It was truly ridiculously expensive. I knew it would be like this. Bai Qiu rolled her eyes. "It's simply a robbery." "You can think so, but not completely. After all, there are many Lingjing in this heaven, and many cultivators can find it. The most important thing is that this city allows many cultivators to live in peace and enjoy real peace. Therefore, it's normal that the price of the things here is extremely high," Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian Wei nodded slightly. She had to admit that Wuxing Crocodile's words are very reasonable. "Let's go, it's rare to have such a city here. Let's go in and take a look," he said. The group of people arrived before the city, observing it from a close distance. They felt that this city was a bit astonishing, extremely large. They didn't stop for long and quickly entered the city. Within the city, there weren't many cultivators coming and going on the streets. Most of them stayed in the various restaurants and celestial lands. There were many beautiful fairies there, sweet nectar that refreshed one's heart and mind, and elegant and moving zither music. It was the most popular place for cultivators. Wuxing Crocodile said, "The celestial land of immortals is the main restaurant in this city. There are many of them, but the one in the center is the most famous. Of course, the price is also much more expensive than the other restaurants. However, it's not a big deal. We don't lack Lingjing anyway. Let's go there." Lord Crocodile has been to that winery several times. The environment is very good. "You, how many times have you been there?" Bai Qiu glared. "Why would a lone crocodile like you go to the wine tower? Besides, would the person in charge of the jockey let a crocodile in? F***ck. Don't call me crocodile. And don't add the word lonely in front of it. Then can I transform into a human and go in?" Wuxing Crocodile was furious. Bai Qiu opened his mouth. "You seem to have a point." Wuxing Crocodile was even angrier. "You, Okay, stop it." Lin Tian was speechless. This man and demon were always bickering. As the most famous winery in this city, the decoration of the Heavenly Melody Immortal Land is very luxurious. Of course, not many people can enter it. It's not a matter of identity, but the price inside is very high. When entering the winery, one needs to pay 5 kilograms of Lingjing per person, and the consumption inside is even more astonishing. ordinary cultivators really can't afford it. Of course, for Lin Tianyi and the others, this is nothing. Lin Tian's stone ring has an astonishing amount of lingjing. Previously, when he visited the major clans in the fourth heaven with the purple elves, he took away nearly 10 million kilograms of lingjing. After coming to this heaven, he collected a lot of lingjing. In terms of lingjing reserves alone, Lin Tianyi has more than some of the super forces in the sixth heaven. There were many beautiful maids outside the immortal land. Seeing Lin Tian and the others, two of them immediately stepped forward and bowed to the group with a respectful, sweet smile on their faces. Lin Tian nodded secretly, not to mention the other aspects of the heavenly melody immortal land. This attitude alone is very good. He raised his hand, and 20 kilograms of lingjing appeared in his hand, and handed it to one of them. Immediately, one of them led the group into the immortal land. After entering the immortal land, Lin Tian couldn't help but be surprised. The immortal land is very spacious, and the decoration inside is either strange flowers or precious jade. Even the corridor is made of precious bloodwood. It's really a bit too luxurious. A beautiful maid led Lin Tianyi and the others to a place near the window on the second floor of the immortal land and asked someone to bring them cool tea. The whooshing crocodile was obviously very familiar with this place. It directly ordered the maid to bring out 20 bottles of immortal melody wine, 5 plates of essence fruit, 5 plates of frigid ice lizard meat, 5 plates of spirit phoenix lawn bones, and so on. In short, it was very skilled. It ordered a lot of things in one breath, which confused Lin Tian and the others. They didn't know what these things were. In the end, the whooshing crocodile stopped and ordered the maid to quickly prepare. The maid was strange and surprised. She looked deeply at Lin Tianyi and the others, then bowed and left to prepare. "Why is that girl looking at you and looking at us so strangely?" Bai Qiu asked the whooshing crocodile. "It seems that she's not surprised because a crocodile can talk. It's because of what it ordered." Bai Ziki said. Lin Tian and Yang Qi both looked at the whooshing crocodile and guessed the same thing. "Of course," the whooshing crocodile said with a proud expression. "First of all, the immortal melody wine is the signature of the heavenly melody celestial land of immortals. It tastes very good. After drinking it, the wine's fragrance is endless, and the wine's strength is amazing. Cultivators of the Great Path can get drunk after drinking half a bottle. Essence fruit, condensed from some strange stones. It has rich spiritual energy and can nourish blood energy. Frigid ice lizard, born in an ice and snow environment and baked in a fire. It's meaty and melts in the mouth. The spirit phoenix lawn bones are also the signature of this place. The spine of a strange bird like the spirit phoenix lawn is fried with essence oil and then dried with spiritual energy. The taste is endless. It ordered many things, continuously introducing them to Lin Tian and the others one by one, its saliva flying all over the table. Every single item had an extremely great background, all of them extraordinary. Lin Tian's eyes widened as he listened, a very bad feeling rising within him. "Just tell me, how much lingjing do you need?" he said, and took a sip of herbal tea. "The 5 elements," Crocodile laughed. "Not much, about, let Grandpa Crocodile calculate. About 500,000 caddies." Lin Tian directly spat out the tea in his mouth and almost couldn't help but slap it. 500,000 caddies of lingjing was almost the storage of a big clan like the Ant clan in the fourth heaven. And this guy ate it all in one meal. Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Yang Qi. No wonder the waitress looked at them with a strange expression. So that was the reason. Crocodiles live in this world. Humans live in this world. We need to enjoy ourselves. The whooshing crocodile said. "Enjoy your grandpa." Lin Tian wanted to kick it. Not long after, the waitress brought over the precious wine and dishes. The fragrance immediately rose up and gathered in a certain area, causing one's appetite to increase. Smelling the fragrance of the precious wine, Even someone like Lin Tian, who didn't like to drink wine, had a feeling of wanting to drink. For a moment, everyone was moved. How is it? Now you know Lord Crocodile's vision, Wuxing Crocodile said proudly. 500,000 caddies of Lingjing was very expensive, but since it had already been ordered, Lin Tian naturally would not feel heartache. After paying the Lingjing, the group of people began to move. For a moment, the precious meat was crispy and the immortal wine was fragrant. It really made the group feel comfortable all over. I want a drink, Bai Qiu said. No, Lin Tian and Bai Ziki said at the same time. Both of them knew that she couldn't hold her liquor well and would get drunk with just a little bit of it. They kept the immortal brew pot far away from her. Bai Qiu puffed up his cheeks in a huff. In the end, while Lin Tian and Bai Ziki weren't paying attention, he snatched 2 bottles and gulped them down. Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but laugh. Good, 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 a heroine. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Little Tian Z little. Croc, croc, little white, little chi chi. Let's, Bai Qiu was tongue-tied. Wuxing Crocodile widened its eyes. Lin Tian was sweating profusely, and Bai Ziki was even more speechless. What did he mean by Xiao Bai? She actually called her own brother Xiao Bai. Bai Qiu was drunk. His face was red as he slammed the table and shouted, in the future, I will suppress the old fogies at home. Then grab the reincarnated body, go back, chop firewood, fetch water, dig the manure pit. What reincarnation? That's too much. Wuxing Crocodile. Yang Qi. Lin Tian's face darkened. He was going to take him back to chop firewood, fetch water, and dig a manure pit. Be quiet. He and Bai Ziki pushed Bai Qiu down at the same time. No, I don't want it. In the future, I will suppress you. Bai Qiu struggled, slamming the table and shouting. Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, Wuxing Crocodile, and Yang Qi. The commotion caused by them wasn't small. Suddenly, many cultivators in the celestial land of immortals looked over. Seeing Bai Qiu's appearance at this time, many people were stunned. What a beautiful girl! Rare in the world. Indeed, Bai Qiu was already a stunning beauty. She was worthy of being called the first princess of the second heaven. Now that she was drunk, her face was flushed red, adding a hint of charm to it. There was a kind of pure temptation that was even more charming than usual. She's enough to be compared with that Zhan Yuji. In fact, she's even more beautiful, someone said. Next to him, many people nodded in agreement. Who can be compared with me? Chapter 824. The woman who walked out of the pavilion was dressed in a red fox robe. Her skin was like jade, her figure was like a goddess, and her appearance could be said to be extremely beautiful. However, her expression was somewhat cold and aloof. Behind her followed an expressionless young man and 9 other cultivators. They all followed her lead. The entire celestial court of immortals suddenly fell silent. Many cultivators looked at the woman in awe and fear. Lin Tian and the others were sitting by the window. Yang Qi said in a deep voice, Zhan Yuji, from a large family in the 7th heaven. She is friends with Enlongjing's family. The two have been very close since childhood. Although they are not siblings, they are closer than siblings. Enlongjing and Zhan Yuji are both from the 7th heaven. After Enlongjing came to the 5th heaven, Zhan Yuji also followed. Naturally, other people from the 7th heaven also came to the 5th heaven. Therefore, some things naturally spread. Yang Qi arrived in the 5th heaven earlier than Lin Tian and the others, so he had already heard a lot of things before. Is it related to that chaos body? Wuxing Crocodile stared at Yang Qi. Yang Qi nodded silently and didn't say anything more. Lin Tian understood a little, but he didn't say anything. Drink. I want to drink more. Bai Qiu shouted. Lin Tian and Baiziki's faces darkened. This girl's alcohol tolerance was terrible, but she still dared to hold the wine jug and pour it into her mouth. At this time, the cold and aloof voice sounded again. Zhang Yuji's gaze fell on Baiqiu. She can be compared to me, or even more beautiful. Her words were the comments made by the other cultivators in the celestial court of immortals about Baiqiu. She roughly knew who they were talking about. At this time, she stared at Baiqiu with a slightly moved expression. Obviously, she also found that Baiqiu's appearance was indeed amazing. However, in the next moment, she smiled coldly. "Destroy her," she ordered the people behind her. Suddenly, two people walked out from behind her and stepped towards Lin Tian and the others with short blades in their hands. Many cultivators were moved. They clearly knew that the so-called destroy her was referring to Baiqiu's face. At the same time, the hearts of the cultivators in the area trembled. Zhang Yuji was going to attack other cultivators in the city. The faces of Lin Tian and the others turned cold, especially Lin Tian and Baiziki. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. At this time, a person in charge of the heavenly court of the immortal land walked out. He was a half-step, great Dao cultivator, and his face was full of respect. He came before Zhang Yuji and said carefully, "Princess Zhan, can you give me some face and not fight here? This will somewhat break the hidden rules of the city, and many fellow Taoists will feel uneasy." After entering the city, many cultivators had the same subconscious. There would not be any form of fighting in the city, and such a thing had indeed never happened before. Thus, many cultivators could truly feel at ease in the city. Now, if Zhang Yuji hurt someone here, it would have a great impact on the city, especially on the heavenly court of the immortal land. In the future, there may be fewer cultivators coming here. The person in charge naturally didn't want to see such a thing happen. "You want to stop me?" Zhang Yuji looked at the person in charge who walked out. The person in charge was a middle-aged man. Facing Zhang Yuji's eyes, he trembled slightly. "No, I don't dare. It's just that, as the person in charge here, the middle-aged man naturally knew the origin of Zhang Yuji. She came from a super family in the seventh heaven, and she was like a brother to the king of chaos and Longjing. Their relationship was extremely good, not to mention a small person like him. Even the real master of the heavenly court of the immortal land would be afraid of Zhang Yuji." "Then move away." Zhang Yuji's voice was cold. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he hesitated. He was really afraid of Zhang Yuji. Two cultivators walked out from behind Zhang Yuji. Both of them were young, and their cultivation bases had just reached the immortal ascension realm. They rushed towards Lin Tian and the others. The two of them stared at Baiqiu in amazement, but then they sneered and sneered. Yang Qi said, "According to some things I heard, Zhang Yuji is not only cold and aloof, but also very narrow-minded. At first glance, I can tell that she has been spoiled by the adults in her family. Just because someone said that Baiqiu was more beautiful than her, she actually wanted to disfigure Baiqiu. How vicious!" Whooshing crocodile sneered. At this time, the two young cultivators walked out from behind Zhang Yuji and came to the side of the table. Their daggers flashed with cold light, and they stabbed towards Baiqiu's face. At the same time, they said coldly to Lin Tian and the others, "If you don't want to die, stand there obediently and don't move. Otherwise, bam, bam." Lin Tian and Baiziki attacked at the same time. Two faint lights flashed, and the two young cultivators with daggers were sent flying at the same time. They rolled for an unknown distance from the celestial land of immortals. Blood splattered all over the second level of the celestial land of immortals. It was a shocking sight. For a moment, the cultivators here were shocked. It seemed that the two cultivators who were sent flying were not going to live. Some of the cultivators here trembled and looked at Lin Tian and the others in shock. This group of people had actually killed people in this city. Moreover, They had killed the people around Zhang Yuji. That Zhang Yuji is from a big family in the seventh heaven, and she and the King of Chaos are… How dare they? How dare they? Many cultivators' hearts palpitated. Zhang Yuji's face became even colder. Behind her, except for the expressionless young cultivator, several other cultivators stepped out together and stared at Lin Tianyi and the others. The killing intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. How dare you fight back? The princess is merciful. She only wants her face, but she doesn't want it. You are courting death. Kill them. These cultivators' eyes were cold, and their cultivation bases weren't weak. They directly suppressed by Qiu and the others. In an instant, several tyrannical divine powers emerged. It was very shocking. Damn it, you call disfiguring people's faces at will benevolent? Do you really think that a big family from the seventh heaven is so great? You think you're so great with the protection of the King of Chaos? Do you think you can bully this Grandpa Crocodile and the others? Whooshing Crocodile directly attacked, smashing a young cultivator who rushed to the front with a claw. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tian was even more direct. His sword light swept across, piercing through the other cultivators, killing them all. In this city, all the cultivators had a consensus that no form of fighting or killing should occur. Lin Tian and the others also knew this. However, someone attacked them first, wanting to disfigure by Qiu's face. Therefore, they naturally couldn't tolerate it. No matter what the other party's origin was, it was impossible to let them stay quietly. For a time, corpses were lying on their backs in the celestial land of immortals. Blood splattered everywhere, and the smell of blood intertwined. Suddenly, many cultivators in the celestial land of immortals trembled in horror. At this moment, these people were not only shocked that Lin Tian and the others dared to kill the people around Zhang Yuji in this city, but they were also shocked by the combat power of Lin Tian and the others. None of the cultivators who attacked were weak, but they were all killed in an instant. The middle-aged man in charge of the celestial land of immortals was shocked and anxious, but he couldn't do anything at this time. This matter now involves Zhang Yuji, and Zhang Yuji is from a super family in the seventh heaven. She has a very good relationship with Lan Jing with the chaotic body. They are like siblings. He couldn't change anything, and there was no room for him to intervene. Zhang Yuji's face sank slightly, but it didn't change much. She still looked cold and aloof, like a white swan high in the sky. Rong Zhen, take their heads, she said to the expressionless young man behind her, not even sparing a glance at the dead people. The young man was dressed in a black robe, and there was no emotion on his face. After hearing the order, he walked out, and a cold aura instantly spread out. This aura was not only cold, but also terrifying. It carried a strong fluctuation of Tao laws, causing many cultivators to tremble. Rong Zhen, the ninth general who followed in Lan Jing, the fifth heavenly layer of the great Tao. It is said that in the seventh heaven, this Rong Zhen is also a genius. His combat power is extremely strong, and he can be called a king among his peers. This, the strongest of those people, seems to be only at the half-step great Tao realm. They are dead for sure. It would be better if they didn't resist at first. Although they would be disfigured, at least they could save their lives, but now many people shook their heads. Rong Zhen walked out, his face expressionless. He directly raised his hand and covered Lin Tianyi and the others under his palm. Suddenly, the entire celestial land of immortals shook, and many cultivators couldn't even stand steadily. Those people are finished. Someone shook his head with a trembling heart. A rumbling sound echoed. In the blink of an eye, Rong Zhen's large hand arrived above Lin Tianyi and the others, indifferently and ruthlessly slapping down. With a crack, the large hand hadn't really landed, but the tables and chairs beside Lin Tian and the others collapsed first. Spirit fruits and lizard meat rolled down, and the wine jug smashed on the ground and broke open. The precious wine spilled all over the ground, and a rich wine fragrance wafted out. The whooshing crocodile was furious again. Damn it! I haven't finished my immortal wine yet." Its eyes were burning with anger. "F***ck your grandfather. Lin Tian, smash him to death." There was no need for it to say more about this matter. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He directly waved his fist, and a golden fist flew up into the sky. With a rumbling sound, his golden fist collided with Hirong Gen's large hand in the blink of an eye. Puff! Blood splashed out, dazzling everyone's eyes. Hirong Gen retreated. The large hand that pressed down was directly smashed to pieces, and blood splattered all over the ground. How is this possible? That Hirong Gen's arm was actually shattered. Everyone's expression changed. These people stared at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a monster. He seems to be only at the half-step Great Tao realm. How can his physique be so terrifying? He actually shattered the hand of Hirong Gen, who is at the fifth firmament of the Great Tao realm. Chapter 8:25. Everyone was stunned, and Longjing's ninth general, who was at the fifth firmament of the Great Tao, had his hand crushed. "You think we're easy to bully? I'll kill you all." Wuxing Crocodile cursed. Lin Tian's fists were intertwined with golden light, and his eyes were cold. Zhang Yuji's expression changed again. Naturally, she was shocked by Lin Tian's physical body. He was only at the half-step Great Tao level, but his physical body was stronger than Hirongen's, who was at the fifth firmament of the Great Tao. But soon, her expression became cold again, still cold and arrogant. "Rongen, hurry up and kill them all," she said. Hirongen's right hand was crushed, but it regenerated in an instant. Because he was a Great Tao expert, he could regenerate his shattered body in an instant, let alone a hand. He stared at Lin Tian, and once again stretched out a hand and pressed down. However, this time, it was no longer a simple suppression of his physique. Instead, it was some kind of mystical ability that completely suppressed the omnidirectional 8 desolates. Lin Tian immediately sensed his opponent's strength. He was slightly moved, but he was not afraid. Clang! The sound of a sword was ear-piercing, and it instantly reverberated throughout the celestial court. At this time, he did not hesitate. He summoned a divine weapon that he had seized not long ago in the Nirvana abyss. It emitted a vast divine aura and slashed at Hirongen's hand. With a poof, blood splattered. The divine sword shone brightly, cutting through everything, and once again shattered Hirongen's hand. Hirongen retreated, his expression changing slightly. His eyes emitted a terrifying light. A divine weapon! The other cultivators in the celestial court also changed their expressions. He actually, a divine weapon. He has a divine weapon. In this place, the cultivators were all shocked. No matter what, they did not expect Lin Tian to have a divine weapon. The divine sword circled above Lin Tian's head, rising and falling slowly. Its sword light shone dazzlingly. At this moment, facing Hirongen, who was at the fifth tier of the Great Tao realm, he was very clear that he was no match for Hirongen with his own strength. Therefore, he directly summoned his divine sword. Now, his cultivation was even stronger than when he was in the abyss of Nirvana. He was only a small step away from entering the Great Virtue Realm. After summoning the divine weapon level divine sword, he would be able to suppress Hirongen. After all, what he controlled was a divine weapon. Clang! He channeled the Sun Heart Sutra and activated his divine power. The divine sword immediately trembled and let out an ear-piercing sword hum. This sword hum was slightly shocking, causing many cultivators to be unable to help but cover their ears at the same time, and all of their faces turned pale. Many people stared at Lin Tian, their eyes flickering. This divine sword was too powerful. Hirongen's expression had truly changed. Even Zhang Yuji was no exception. "Princess, let's go." Hirongen spoke in a low voice, wanting to leave this place. Although his cultivation was very strong and his battle prowess was also very strong, Lin Tian controlled a terrifying divine weapon. Under the might of the divine weapon, his powerful cultivation and battle prowess were completely useless. Now, and Longjing was in seclusion in a relic and had asked him to protect Zhang Yuji. He had to ensure that Zhang Yuji was safe. "Want to leave?" Lin Tian's voice was cold. With a clang, a sword chi swept across the sky, directly shattering the second level of the heavenly court of immortals. The sword's might was terrifying. Rongen used all his strength to block, but in the end, it was not enough in front of the divine sword. His chest was penetrated on the spot. "Let's see who will die here today." Whooshing Crocodile sneered from behind. Boom! Tyrannical divine power surged in front of him. Rongen roared, and his injuries instantly healed. He supported a divine shadow, and rich great Tao nomological laws enveloped Lin Tian. At the same time, he retreated again, wanting to leave the heavenly court of immortals. Lin Tianling snorted. He grabbed the divine sword above his head and raised his hand to slash it away. Clang! The sword's soul-shaking howl crushed Rongen's great Tao nomological laws on the spot. The divine shadow he supported was also shattered into light spots. At this moment, he used the divine sword as support to display the heaven-dominating sword technique. That terrifying sword was really enough to destroy everything. Although Rongen was incomparably strong, he could not withstand it. He stepped forward and slashed with his sword again. Once again, the heaven-dominating sword radiance was activated by the divine sword. It was incomparably stunning. Poof! Half of Rongen's body exploded, and fresh blood spurted out. It was very frightening. Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not show any mercy with the sword just now. He had already activated the divine sword to the limit that he could currently activate, but it only crushed half of his opponent's body. This made him secretly think that this person was indeed very strong. There was a certain reason why people called him a king among those of the same level. If it had been an ordinary cultivator of the 5th tier of the Great Tao, under the heaven-dominating sword radiance that was activated by the divine weapon at full power, he would definitely have been cut into a cloud of blood. Very good. Unfortunately, it is useless in the end, he said coldly. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and pressed forward. The divine sword in his hand slashed down again, and the sword radiance swept across. Half of Rongen's body collapsed. He did not even have time to reassemble before he met Lin Tianling's sword radiance of annihilation. This time, the other half of his body was directly cut into pieces, completely turned into a cloud of blood. Boom! Tyrannical divine power rushed up. The blood mist that was cut into pieces quickly surged, and in the blink of an eye, Rongen's body reformed. It had to be said that the speed of reassembling the body was very fast. Cultivators of the 5th tier of the Great Tao at the same level could not do it at all. He could reassemble his body so quickly after being cut into pieces by a divine weapon. Not simple. That primal chaos body really does have a group of excellent followers. If the 9th War General is this strong, then the other 8 must be even stronger. Whooshing Crocodile said. Baiziki stood off to the side, looking ahead with cold eyes. He didn't say anything and also looked ahead. Send him flying. Bai Qiu had long since sobered up from her drunken stupor. Knowing that someone was trying to disfigure her, she was so angry that her face turned red. Which girl in the world didn't care about beauty? This was especially true of beautiful girls, who cared about their appearance even more. Now that someone was trying to disfigure her, how could she not be angry? She almost hefted her divine sword and charged forward. Boom! God power surged as Rongen used all of his power. His entire body seemed to turn into a furnace, and the magical laws of the Great Tao surged like an ocean. He was even stronger than before, like a raging sea that wanted to drown the entire area. Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes. His opponent's aura had clearly more than doubled, which made him think that his opponent was very strong. However, this wasn't enough to make him feel pressured. After all, he had more than one divine weapon. Clang! Clang! The sound of swords reverberated in the air as Yi Futian raised the other 2 divine swords. As soon as they appeared, They exuded an incomparably terrifying divine might, instantly suppressing Hirongen's great path precepts, completely sealing off the surrounding space. Two more divine swords. He alone has 3 divine weapons? How is that possible? Who is he? Many cultivators were shocked. There were very few divine weapons because the materials to forge them were too difficult to find. Even if you could find them, it was very difficult to truly forge a divine weapon. Therefore, even cultivators at the level of Wujin would find it difficult to own a divine weapon. Even some Nirvana cultivators didn't have one. But now, in the eyes of these cultivators, a cultivator who was half a step away from the great Tao realm actually had 3 divine weapons. Even though they were all low-grade divine weapons, it was still shocking. Many cultivators were stunned. They stared at Lin Tian in shock, feeling as if they were dreaming. Hirongen's expression changed immediately. Just 1 divine sword was already difficult for him to defend. Now that 3 divine swords appeared at the same time, he truly felt the threat of death. He roared and raised his cultivation to the extreme. Once again, he propped up a giant divine shadow. The magical laws of the great Tao surged out like the Milky Way, distorting the space around him. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. With a shift of his mind, 2 of the 3 divine swords slashed down from the left and right. With a swoosh, the divine light around Hirongen's body was completely shattered. The magical laws of the great Tao were extinguished like flames. Clang! He held the 3rd divine sword in his hand and swung it away. This sword was fast, accurate, ruthless. It pierced through Hirongen's throat, bringing with it a dazzling pool of blood. Hirongen roared. His wounds healed at a rapid speed. However, at this moment, Lin Tian clearly did not want to give Hirongen the chance to heal his injuries. Using the divine sword in his hand, he once again unleashed the Ling Tian sword manual. Densely packed Ling Tian sword lights rained down on Hirongen, instantly turning him into a beehive. At the same time, the other 2 divine swords were controlled by his weapon controlling technique and slashed down again. Poof! Once again, Hirongen was cut into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. The blood splattered with Hirongen's angry roar. It was difficult to erase. For a moment, it surged wildly and gathered again. However, at this time, a surge of heaven-defying sword will surged out of Lin Tian's body, shocking heaven and earth. Heaven-defying sword, Lin Tianling said. He stretched out his left hand, and the divine sword in his right hand hovered above his left palm. The divine sword in his right hand turned into a beam of strange light. There wasn't any sound. There was only the vast and mighty power of the sword. The divine sword in his hand shot out a dazzling sword light. With a swoosh, the sword light broke through the void and reached Hirongen in an instant. Hirongen had already condensed half of his body. However, the sword light formed by the heaven-defying sword also slashed over. It directly pierced through the space between his eyebrows. Hirongen was stunned. Then the light of life in his eyes dimmed rapidly and finally disappeared completely. The small half of his body that he had condensed shattered, scattering like dust in the blink of an eye. This sword was incomparably powerful. Moreover, it was released by a divine sword. Although it didn't have Tao laws, it was still able to destroy the soul. It directly destroyed Hirongen's body and soul. Instantly, in this broken second level of the heavenly court of immortals, the cultivators trembled. Many of them couldn't help but tremble. Dead. He killed Enlongjing's 9th battle general? Many cultivators looked at Lin Tian in shock. They felt a chill run down their spines. Some of them couldn't help but shiver. The clanging of swords sounded again. Lin Tian's expression was cold. The 2 divine swords that he had previously summoned flew back and floated beside him. He held the other divine sword in his right hand. At this time, he tilted his head and strode toward Zhang Yuji. Chapter 8:26. Seeing Lin Tian's action, many cultivators on the second floor of the Heavenly Music Immortal Land were shocked, and their faces changed. He is going to... Could it be that he wants to kill Zhang Yuji? No. Many cultivators' hearts palpitated. Zhang Yuji is from a super family in the seventh heaven. Moreover, it is said that she has a very good relationship with Enlanjing since childhood. He dares to kill Zhang Yuji. Some cultivators were horrified. Lin Tian's expression was cold, and he directly rushed towards Zhang Yuji with the divine sword in his hand, killing intent intertwined in his eyes. Fellow Taoist, please stop. At this time, the middle-aged person in charge of the Heavenly Music Immortal Land stepped over and asked Lin Tian to stop. Get out of the way. Lin Tian only had 2 words. This Zhang Yuji, just because other cultivators praised Bai Qiu, she actually wanted to destroy Bai Qiu's face. After failing, she ordered people to kill all of them. Her mind is really vicious, and it can be said that she has the heart of a snake and scorpion. He can't let her go. Since she wants to kill them, then he can only pay with his life. No matter what her origin is, no matter who is behind her. The person in charge of the Heavenly Sound Immortal Land hesitated. Not only was he afraid of Zhang Yuji, but he was also afraid of Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian now had 3 divine weapons. That kind of battle formation was too terrifying. However, even so, he couldn't just watch Lin Tian kill Zhang Yuji. Zhang Yuji's origin was too shocking. Not only did she come from a super family in the 7th heaven, but she also had the backing of someone with the king body of primal chaos. If Zhang Yuji really died in the Heavenly Sound Immortal Land, it might bring great trouble to the Heavenly Sound Immortal Land. Looking at Lin Tian, the middle-aged person in charge carefully said, Fellow Taoist, she's the pearl of a big family in the 7th heaven. She's also a friend of Enlanjing since childhood. She's even better than that person's younger sister. You should also know that person. He has the primal chaos body. If you kill her, it won't be good for you. You know how terrifying the primal chaos body is. Lin Tian's expression was cold. So what? The primal chaos body is amazing. The primal chaos body is a joke, and he also has the samsara body. In terms of physique, who in the 10 heavens can compare to him? He actually... Does he think that the primal chaos body is nothing? In this layer, many cultivators were shocked, listening to Lin Tian's tone. It seems that he doesn't care about the primal chaos body at all. The middle-aged person in charge was also moved, but he still tried to persuade Lin Tian, asking Lin Tian to stop. Fellow Taoist, please give me some face and stop here, okay? Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Not at all. He shook the divine sword in his hand, and a majestic force directly pushed the middle-aged person in charge away. Of course, he only used his strength to push this person away, but he didn't hurt him. After all, when Zhang Yuji wanted to destroy Bai Qiu's face, this middle-aged person also came out to stop her. He held the divine sword in his hand and directly walked towards Zhang Yuji, the sword flowing with a cold light. He really dares to attack. The primal chaos body is still in this heavens. If he kills Zhang Yuji, the heavens will be turned upside down. Many cultivators' hearts palpitated. Zhang Yuji looked at Lin Tian approaching, her expression still cold and arrogant. You can't kill me. She stared at Lin Tian, but there was no fear in her eyes. On the contrary, there was a kind of coldness. Even a 5th-level great Dao realm battle general was killed. How can I not kill a half-step great Dao realm be *TCH like you? Whooshing crocodile sneered. Zhang Yuji's eyes shot out 2 rays of cold light, and she stared straight at Whooshing crocodile. I will make you die a horrible death. She had been doted on since she was young, but now Whooshing crocodile actually dared to call her *TCH. You little *TCH. Ugly woman, if you have the guts, come and kill me. I'll only use 1 claw. Whooshing Crocodile scolded. Beside him, Baiqiu also echoed. That's right, you little b*tsh, ugly woman. She already knew that it was this Zhan Yuji who wanted to destroy her face. Naturally, she was very angry. In this lair of the immortal court, all the cultivators widened their eyes, looking at Whooshing Crocodile and Baiqiu in disbelief. This man and Crocodile are even more shocking than Lin Tian, who wants to kill Zhan Yuji. He actually called Zhan Yuji a little b*tch and ugly woman. This is the biggest insult to the most beautiful woman in the seventh heaven, Zhan Yuji. Zhan Yuji's eyes were cold and piercing to the bone. She stared at Whooshing Crocodile and Baiqiu. Do you want to die? I want you to suffer a fate worse than death. At this moment, her eyes were very scary, like cold swords. Noisy! Lin Tian spoke at this time and directly attacked. The divine sword in his hand trembled, and a dazzling sword light rushed towards Zhan Yuji. With a cracking sound, the void cracked, and the heavenly cord of immortals trembled uncontrollably, almost breaking apart on the spot. This is the power of a divine weapon. A casual sword slash has earth-shaking power. Damn it! Zhan Yuji is a super genius, but she's only a half-step great Dao realm expert. She can't block the sword. It's over. The sky is going to be overturned. Many cultivators turn pale with fright. If Zhan Yuji dies here, it will definitely set off a monstrous wave. Swoosh! The divine sword light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Zhan Yuji. However, at this time, Zhan Yuji's glabella suddenly emitted a bright light, and an incomparably powerful aura spread out, instantly shaking away the divine sword light approaching Zhan Yuji, causing it to fall to the sky and explode with a loud bang. Lin Tian's expression changed. At this moment, he felt a sense of threat and quickly retreated. In front of him, a light rushed out from Zhan Yuji's glabella, and with a slight flash, it turned into a tall figure in the blink of an eye. Divine Sense Incarnation. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. As far as the eye could see, the figure gradually solidified. Black hair draped over his shoulders, and his face was as sharp as a knife. His entire body was surrounded by a faint chaotic light, as if he was the reincarnation of a primal chaos deity. And Lan Jing. This isn't right. It's not in Lan Jing herself, but a divine sense incarnation. Her real body is in seclusion, but she left a divine sense incarnation to protect Zhan Yuji. Many cultivators were shocked. As expected, the two of them have an extremely good relationship, and Lan Jing is actually so protective of her, as if she's her own sister. Some people's hearts trembled. By the window, Baiziki and the others were also shocked. At this moment, they all felt how terrifying Lan Jing's divine sense incarnation was. It was far from what Hirongen could compare to. The difference was too great, like the difference between heaven and earth. Brother-in-law, not only did they humiliate me and kill my retainers, but they also killed Hirongen and them. Zhan Yuji pointed at Lin Tian and the others, and Lan Jing's body was surrounded by intertwining divine light, and his eyes were as deep as the galaxy. He had deposited a wisp of his divine sense incarnation in Zhan Yuji's sea of consciousness, and through the fluctuations of Zhan Yuji's divine sense, he already knew what had happened before. He stared at Lin Tian, his expression indifferent, and directly attacked. Buzz! He didn't move, but dozens of chaotic divine light slashed out, majestically suppressing Lin Tian. For a moment, the space was turbulent, and the heavenly cord of immortals shook violently once again, causing many people's hearts to tremble. Damn, this chaotic bastard is not simple. Even his divine sense incarnation can slash out chaotic divine light. A conservative estimate is that he has already cultivated to the 8th heavenly layer of the Great Path. Whooshing Crocodile said. A rumbling sound resounded throughout the 2nd level of the heavenly cord of immortals. Dozens of chaotic divine light slashed out, and in the blink of an eye it was in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian took a step back, and with a swing of the divine sword in his hand, the heavenly sword light suddenly slashed open. Clang! An ear-piercing sword sound was heard, and dozens of heavenly sword light slashed out with the divine sword, one-on-one meeting the dozens of chaotic divine light. With a boom, the two collided with each other, erupting into a vortex of divine power and then exploding together. Lin Tian was astonished. This Enlonjing was really very powerful. He was merely an incarnation of divine sense, yet the chaotic light that he unleashed was actually able to clash head-on with the Ling Tian sword ray that he had slashed out with his divine weapon, and was not the slightest bit weaker. A cold light intertwined in his eyes, and with a shake of his right hand, he once again slashed out dozens of dense, heavenly sword light. At the same time, he operated the weapon control technique, and the two divine swords beside him also moved, turning into two beams of light that pressed forward. Crack! Wherever the divine swords passed, the space directly split open, and the divine power was vast and mighty. This was a combined attack, and the three divine weapons showed their power together. The battle formation was really terrifying, and it caused all the cultivators on this level of the heavenly court of immortals to retreat, for fear of being involved in the divine power of these divine weapons. And Lonjing's eyes were indifferent. This time, she raised her hands, interweaving dragon and phoenix seals, and slapped at the two divine swords. Clang! Clang! The two divine swords let out a clang, and were shaken away. Immediately, the chaotic light rushed out of his body, turning into a chaotic light curtain, and completely blocked the dense heavenly sword light. This scene shocked many cultivators, and many of their faces turned pale. So strong! This is the power of the chaotic body, and it's just a divine consciousness incarnation. But it actually shaken away two divine weapons with its bare hands. She's really invincible in her generation. Who can be her opponent? Many cultivators trembled. At this time, Lin Tian himself was even more shocked. Although he didn't use all his strength to activate the three divine swords, they were still divine weapons, but now they were easily blocked by Enlonjing's divine consciousness incarnation. Behind him by the window, Baiziki and Yang Qi's eyes were shining, and they stared straight at Enlonjing. Obviously, Enlonjing's power shocked them. Not simple at all, Whooshing Crocodile said in a deep voice. At this moment, an even more ear-piercing sword sound rang out. In front, Lin Tian's eyes were even colder, and he raised the divine sword in his hand high, drawing a mysterious and complicated sword arc suddenly. An incomparably terrifying sword intent spread out, shaking all sides of the sky. Heavenly three moves. His voice was low. Suddenly, the divine sword in his hand seemed to be about to disappear, and an invisible sword intent erupted like a volcano, boiling like a raging sea, as if a true dragon was about to be born. Chi! With a soft sound, the sword light flashed, and in a flash it was in front of Enlonjing in the blink of an eye, shattering the great void. P.S. Today is the third watch. Chapter 8:27. The three styles of Ling Tian was a sword style from the Ling Tian sword manual. It was even more powerful and terrifying than the single sword of Ling Tian. It was a sword Dao superpower born of destruction. Crack! The space shattered, and the cracks in the void spread out like a spiderweb. There was no doubt that this sword was terrifying. A wisp of light flashed past Enlonjing's eyes as he raised his right hand. Dense, chaotic light interweaved, and he seemed to be developing a great divine ability. The chaotic divine light transformed into a millstone that collided with Lin Tian's sword. Boom! When the two collided, a huge wave was set off, and many cultivators were sent flying. Many cultivators trembled in fear and stared in front of them in horror. By the window, Baiziki and the others were shocked. Baiziki and Yang Qi couldn't help but shake their hands. Not simple. Not simple. Not simple at all. Whooshing Crocodile said again. Just now, Lin Tian's sword attack with the divine weapon was terrifying. It could almost kill a cultivator of the second heaven of the great path instantly. Moreover, it was frighteningly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Enlan Jing. Even so, Enlan Jing still blocked it. She blocked it with only a clone of her divine consciousness. She was calm and composed. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. 2 divine swords circled around him, and the divine sword in his right hand flowed with a dense sword light. With a whoosh he moved. Stepping on the yin and yang rock, he left behind afterimages with each step. He charged at Enlan Jing from the front. So fast! He's charging at Enlan Jing from the front. Many cultivators were shocked. They were shocked by Lin Tian's speed, and even more shocked by Lin Tian's current actions. He was charging at the invincible, chaotic, imperial body from the front. You're courting death. Zhan Yuji stood about 30 meters behind Enlan Jing. Her eyes were cold and filled with mockery. The sound of something tearing through the air reverberated. Lin Tian's current speed was shockingly fast, as though he was stepping on Tao marks. In an instant, he rushed in front of Enlan Jing, the divine sword in his right hand clanging as he slashed towards Enlan Jing's head. Enlan Jing's primal chaos light pressed down like a waterfall. Its aura was somewhat terrifying, and it instantly shattered Lin Tian's sword force. For a time, the light mist swirled, sweeping up gusts of hurricanes. Lin Tian tore through the air, getting closer and closer to Enlan Jing. Then, in the next moment, the space between his brows lit up, directly supporting the yin-yang lotus sea phenomenon. Black and white yin sunlight flickered, directly pressing down on Enlan Jing. Enlan Jing raised her hand. Chaotic light interweaved and pressed down on Lin Tian's knowledge sea phenomenon. Then, in the next moment, it suddenly shook. Chi! With a crisp sound, Enlan Jing's arm directly shattered, turning into specks of starlight that dissipated. Her body was even knocked back more than 10 meters. Big brother Enlan. Zhan Yuji cried out, looking at this scene with a face full of disbelief. At the same time, the other cultivators in the heavenly court of Mortal Land were also shocked. He injured that Enlan Jing, shattered one of Enlan Jing's arms. How is this possible? The expressions of the cultivators changed drastically. Presently, even though this Enlan Jing was only a divine sense avatar, his strength was obvious to all of them. He was even able to slap apart a divine weapon with his bare hands. Yet now, one of his arms was suddenly crushed by Lin Tian, and it caused all of them to be shocked. Beside the window, Baiziki and the others were also moved, revealing looks of shock. Right, it's that kid's knowledge, sea phenomenon, which seems to specialize in restraining divine sense avatars. He once destroyed the divine sense incarnation of an old Enlightenment realm cultivator. Wu Xing Crocodile laughed and suddenly remembered that in the fourth heaven, Lin Tian once used this method to slaughter the divine sense incarnation of an Enlightenment realm cultivator from the Stone God clan. This chaotic bastard is very powerful, but now it's just a divine sense incarnation. Kid Lin's knowledge, sea phenomenon, is enough to completely suppress him. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with cold light, and the yin-yang lotus, sea phenomenon, moved according to his thoughts, once again pressing down on Enlan Jing. This Enlan Jing was very terrifying. Her divine sense incarnation could look down on her peers, but now it was just a divine sense incarnation. His knowledge, sea phenomenon, naturally restrained the divine sense incarnation. At this moment, he no longer collided head-on and began to attack with his knowledge, sea phenomenon. Buzz! The yin-yang lotus sea trembled, and the lotus petals intertwined with black and white yin sunlight, like black and white yin and yang swords, pressing down on Enlan Jing from all directions. Enlan Jing's expression was indifferent. Obviously, she saw that Lin Tian's knowledge, sea phenomenon, could restrain the divine sense incarnation. At this time, her glabella lit up and a talisman flashed. This talisman was very extraordinary. It had a kind of aura of the great Tao, and it was also intertwined with strands of chaotic light, rippling like water ripples, directly shaking off Lin Tian's yin-yang lotus-y. Lin Tian's expression changed. His knowledge, sea phenomenon, was specially designed to restrain the divine sense incarnation, but at this moment it was useless. And Longjing's glabella, that talisman, that is. It seems to be the chaos origin divine talisman. Yes, it's that kind of divine talisman. It is said that it was refined by the primal chaos celestial, and it can nurture and strengthen the divine sense, and it can resist all attacks that threaten the divine sense. If this divine talisman is placed in the divine sense incarnation, the divine sense incarnation can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recover. Unless the original body dies, or the divine sense incarnation is truly destroyed, the divine sense incarnation will never die, and its power will never decrease. It will always be in its peak state. No, it's not that simple. The primal chaos celestial is one of the 9 celestial lords, and the divine talisman refined by him has far more magical effects than this. It is said that there are other amazing effects. Rumor has it that Longjing once found a cave abode where the primal chaos celestial was in seclusion and obtained some of his treasures. So it's true. Many cultivators were shocked, and at the same time incomparably envious. By the window, Ziki and the others' expressions changed. And Longjing actually found a cave abode where the primal chaos celestial was in seclusion and obtained a treasure, like the chaos origin divine talisman. Damn, this primal chaos bastard actually obtained such a thing. Lin Tian's knowledge, sea phenomenon, is useless now. Whooshing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian felt great pressure at this moment, and his expression became very solemn, and Longjing's expression was indifferent. The chaos origin divine talisman appeared between his eyebrows, circulating with wisps of light. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy gathered, and his divine sense arm that had been shattered by Lin Tian reassembled in the blink of an eye. It was even more solid than before. Big Brother in Lan is invincible. No one can stop him. Zhang Yuji's expression was cold. He swept his gaze over Lin Tian, then stared at Whooshing Crocodile and Bai Qiu. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all, and Longjing's divine sense avatar emitted an even more terrifying aura. There was a feeling that it was completely natural, as if it had merged with the great Tao. He stared at Lin Tian and attacked again. Without moving his body, dozens of chaotic lights pressed down on Lin Tian. However, with the support of the chaos origin divine talisman, the chaotic light this time was even more powerful, directly crushing the void. And Longjing is invincible among his peers. Now that he has the chaos origin divine talisman, those people, there's no hope. They're all going to die here. That's definitely the case. Many cultivators' hearts palpitated. Lin Tian naturally felt threatened. He attacked with all his strength, and at the same time he took out 3 divine swords, all of which shone brightly. Clang! 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 He slashed out dozens of towering sword lights with the 3 divine weapons, meeting in Longjing's chaotic killing light at this time. For a moment, the void shook violently and the light exploded, drowning the surroundings. With a bang, Lin Tian retreated. His body was in intense pain, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lin Tian! Bai Qiu's expression changed, and he could not help but cry out. Bai Ziki, Yang Qi, and the others were also shocked. At this time, Lin Tian was injured in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian retreated, and his eyes could not help but flicker. He truly felt a great threat. This in Longjing was too terrifying. Just a divine consciousness incarnation was far stronger than that Hirongan. At this time, he also took out the chaos origin divine talisman, which caused the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness to lose its effect and could not be a threat to him. The situation was really bad. Kid, take this sword. A voice sounded. Whooshing Crocodile's body shone with divine light. A divine sword flew out, and in the blink of an eye, it was next to Lin Tian. This divine sword was covered in patterns, and it was completely blood red. It was exactly the same as the 3 divine swords beside Lin Tian, and exuded the same sword power of the same nature. For a moment, many cultivators' expressions changed. Divine weapon. Another divine weapon. And it's exactly the same as the 3 divine swords that person took out. All the cultivators stared ahead. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords was ear-piercing. Beside the window, 2 divine swords rushed out from Baiziki's body. 2 divine swords rushed out from Yangqi's body, and 1 divine sword rushed out from Baiqiu's body. Like lightning, they appeared next to Lin Tian in an instant. Divine light surrounded them, and the sword power was oppressive. Suddenly, all the cultivators here were shocked again. Every one of them was shocked, and all of them had expressions of disbelief. 9. They're exactly the same. 9 identical divine swords. They're all divine weapons. This group of people, they, in the 2nd level of the heavenly court of immortals. All the cultivators were petrified as they stared ahead. Not only these cultivators, even the cold Jianyuji could not help but change her expression. Clang! The sound of the swords was even more terrifying and ear-piercing. Many people retreated in shock, and some even reached out to cover their ears. Lin Tianli stood in the middle of the field, holding a divine sword in his right hand. Beside him were 8 other divine swords. The swords all had the same pattern on them, and they were all blood red. The auras of the same nature and origin merged with each other, and the sword might skyrocketed. He released the divine sword in his right hand and controlled it with the weapon control art. The 9 divine swords revolved around him, and the sword power was oppressive. I'm going to kill you. He stared at Enlanjing, took a step forward, controlled the 9 divine swords, and directly pressed down. Enlanjing raised both of her hands, and once again formed the chaotic millstone, which pressed down on Lin Tian. Clang! The 9 divine swords clanged and slashed down together, shattering Enlanjing's chaotic millstone on the spot. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The 9 divine swords shone brightly as they slashed down again. At the same time, he swung his golden iron fist, and with each step he left behind afterimages as he attacked Enlanjing at close range. Chapter 828. Lin Tian's golden fist was powerful and heavy, as if it was going to smash everything into pieces. Meanwhile, the 9 divine swords were even more terrifying, destroying everything in their path. Boom! This was an astonishing battle, and the light of destruction overflowed in all directions. At this moment, if Lin Tian hadn't intentionally suppressed his killing intent within a certain range, the heavenly melody immortal land would have been destroyed. However, even so, the destructive aura was still terrifying. The entire void distorted and collapsed inch by inch. In the 2nd level of the heavenly melody immortal land, every cultivator was terrified. Many people's legs went weak, and their faces were pale. And Lanjing was slightly moved for the first time. Chaotic light intertwined in her eyes, and the chaotic light outside her body became denser. It evolved into a chaotic waterfall that pressed forward, blocking Lin Tian's 9 divine weapons and Lin Tian's golden fist. Then, with a clang, a chaotic heavenly sword rushed out from behind him. It was like a divine weapon, and its power was shocking. Boom! 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 The chaotic heavenly sword and the 9 divine swords clashed. The power was suppressed, but the killing power was even more terrifying, causing everyone to be terrified. Lin Tian used the weapon control technique to support the 9 divine swords. He secretly used the heavenly sword scripture, causing the 9 divine swords to shine brightly. They surrounded Enlanjing and kept slashing down. The terrifying sword power seemed to want to cut through everything. He's alone, and he's controlling 9 divine weapons at the same time. Where did he get so much divine power? Is he a monster? Many cultivators were shocked. Although the divine armaments were frightening, the amount of divine power required to support them was also unimaginable. Controlling 9 divine armaments at the same time was something that even a great Tao realm expert would find difficult to do. Their divine power could not be maintained for long. But now, when these people saw Lin Tian supporting 9 divine armaments at the same time, they actually looked completely at ease. It was as though the divine power in his body was inexhaustible, constantly flowing out. This caused all the cultivators to be shocked. Someone trembled and muttered, He's completely blocking and lunging. What kind of person is he? Boom! Astonishing divine power surged. His might fluctuated and shook all directions. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and the divine power in his body boiled like the Yellow River, as if it would never dry up. At this moment, he swung the 9 divine swords to his heart's content. It was as if the real ancient god of swords had descended, and he had an invincible attitude. He circulated the weapon control art and combined it with the high heaven sword scripture. For a moment, he was evenly matched with Lan Jing, who had the chaos origin talisman. Kid, kill him! Whooshing crocodiles shouted. This caused all the cultivators to shrink their necks. This group of people simply didn't take Lan Jing, who had the chaotic regal physique, seriously at all. When Lin Tian heard Whooshing crocodile's words, a cold light flashed through his eyes. The 9 godly swords vibrated as he took a step forward. At this moment, he raised his hands and formed a seal at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. He circulated the weapon control art crazily, causing the 9 divine swords to buzz and move closer to the center. Immediately, the 9 divine swords trembled together in the next moment, and a chain of light formed between each other. In the blink of an eye, the 9 divine swords were connected together, causing the power of the 9 divine swords to instantly rise again. This is a chain of light formed between the 9 divine swords. No, that's the Tao Law sword chain evolved from the Tao pattern. The 9 divine swords are of the same nature and origin. Is this the most powerful attack form? Many cultivators' expressions changed, and they were all shocked by this scene. It had to be said that these cultivators guessed correctly. The 9 godly swords had sacrificed half of their divine sense and half of their divine soul in order to reach this step, causing the 9 divine swords to form the Tao Law sword chain and erupt with a monstrous killing power. When Lin Tian was in the Nirvana abyss, he had seen the 9 divine swords form the Tao Law sword chain. At this moment, he circulated the weapon control art with all his might, causing the 9 divine swords to recreate the scene of the Tao Law sword chain. Of course, it was only a similar scene. In terms of power, it was far from being comparable to that time. This was because his cultivation was too low, and he could not unleash the full power of the divine swords. However, it was more or less enough to deal with Lan Jing. After all, Lan Jing was only a divine sense avatar, and it was far from being comparable to the combat power of her real body. At this moment, he activated the 9 divine swords, and the Tao Law sword chain made a clattering sound as if it was real. It pressed forward like a sword principal wheel. With a crisp crack, the chaotic heavenly sword that Lan Jing had slashed out shattered on the spot, turning into light spots and dissipating. Clang! The 9 divine swords rang in unison, and all of them were dazzling. After destroying the chaotic heavenly sword, they did not stop at all and pressed down on Lan Jing. And Lan Jing's eyes flashed with a chaotic light. At this moment, she retreated, pulled Zhan Yuji, and directly stepped out of the heavenly melody immortal land and rushed into the sky. Brother-in-law, Zhan Yuji's expression changed. She knew best how strong Lan Jing was. Although this was only a divine sense avatar, with the support of the mixed origin divine talisman, there were not many in the great path realm who could withstand it. But now she had retreated just like that. At the same time, in this place, the expressions of the other cultivators also changed. That Lan Jing, she actually, how can this be? Although she is only a divine sense avatar, her combat power is also terrifying. But now, many people were shocked. These people looked out of the window, and Lan Jing had really retreated at this time, and she was extremely fast. Don't think of leaving. A cold voice sounded. Lin Tian used the weapon control technique to control the 9 divine weapons. Stepping on the 5th level of the Yin and Yang Ho, he instantly stepped out of the heavenly melody immortal land and directly chased after Lan Jing. This scene caused all the cultivators to be shocked, and Lan Jing had already retreated. Yet Lin Tian had directly pursued him. Wasn't he a little too bold? Clang! Lin Tian was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Lan Jing. The 9 divine swords shone at the same time and slashed out 9 immortal sword forces. And Lan Jing's speed was not bad either. She wrapped Zhan Yuji with her divine power and dodged Lin Tian's 9 sword forces. The 9 astral swords landed in the distance and exploded with a loud bang, erupting with waves of monstrous destruction. For a moment, most of the cultivators in this ancient city were alarmed. They all looked up at the sky. Then, in an instant, everyone's expressions changed. And Lan Jing and Zhan Yuji. They're being hunted down. Heavens! Someone has the guts to hunt down Lan Jing. Where did this godly person come from? He's chasing after Lan Jing. Am I dreaming? That person is actually attacking in this ancient city. Moreover, he's chasing after Lan Jing. And Lan Jing has the chaotic imperial body. Her combat strength is above her peers. Why is she being hunted down? How is this possible? None of the cultivators who saw this were not surprised. However, soon after, a powerful cultivator discovered the truth. No, that's not right. That's not Lan Jing's true form. That's an incarnation of her divine sense. The person behind her, those 9 swords. Heavens! They're all divine weapons. One person can control 9 divine weapons. Who is he? The cultivators were stunned. They were almost stunned. Who was Lan Jing? She had the chaotic imperial body, which was said to be more powerful than the 9 celestial masters. She was said to be the most likely person to break the barrier of the 10th heaven and achieve immortality. She was the undisputed number 1 among the 7 young kings in the central region. Many people even guessed that even if the other 6 young kings fought together, they would not be able to defeat Lan Jing. But now, a young cultivator of the same generation was chasing after Lan Jing. Although it was only an incarnation of Lan Jing's divine sense, it was terrifying enough. Many people were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. The clanging sound was endless. Beside Lin Tian, the 9 divine swords were clanging and slashing out streaks of sword light. And Lan Jing dodged and evaded all of the sword radiance, pulling Zhan Yuji into the distance. And Lan Jing, don't run if you have the guts. Lin Tian shouted. These words made the cultivators in the ancient city tremble. All these years, who dared to say such words to Lan Jing? Zhan Yuji was pulled away by Lan Jing. At this moment, she was staring at Lin Tian with resentment. Lin Tianling snorted. His weapon control technique was activated even faster. The sword power outside the 9 divine swords suddenly soared again. He held up the 9 divine swords. Between the 9 divine swords, the Tao sword chains intertwined and formed a destructive killing sword that was 5 feet long. It pressed down on Lan Jing mightily. However, at this moment, the space in front of him shook, and Lan Jing and Zhan Yuji disappeared in an instant. It was as if they had traveled through space and disappeared in front of his eyes. Lin Tian frowned and scanned the surroundings with his divine perception. However, he could not sense the existence of Lan Jing and Zhan Yuji. The 2 of them were completely far away from the ancient city. He did not know where they went. It seems like they teleported dozens of miles away in an instant. Is this the power of the mixed origin divine talisman? He frowned. He stood in the void with a sharp light in his eyes. coldness and sword intent intertwined. At this time, although he had forced Enlonjing to retreat, he was not happy at all. This was because he had only forced back one of the other party's divine perception incarnations. Moreover, he had relied on the 9 divine swords. If a divine perception incarnation could do this and forced him to rely on the 9 divine swords to win, how terrifying would the other party's real body be? It was really hard to imagine. He paused in the void for a moment before turning around and returning to the heavenly melody of immortals. He escaped. He came to the side of Baiziki and the others and returned 6 of the divine swords to the 3 of them and the crocodile. This level of the heavenly melody of immortals had been destroyed beyond recognition. All around, a group of cultivators looked at Lin Tian as if they were staring at a ferocious demon. Many of their faces were pale, their legs were trembling, and their faces were full of fear. Lin Tianyi and the others glanced at these cultivators and did not pay too much attention to them. They stepped out of this level of the heavenly melody of immortals and left directly. It was not until the group was far away that the cultivators here breathed a sigh of relief. What a freak! He's only half a step away from the great Tao realm, but he can do this. He defeated Enlonjing's divine perception incarnation and can control 9 divine weapons at the same time. That group of people and that demon each control a divine weapon, and they are all divine swords of the same nature and origin. What is their origin? I've never heard of such a group of people before. Many cultivators were shocked. Chapter 829. In the heavenly court of immortals. All the cultivators were dumbfounded as they stared blankly in the direction Lin Tian and the others had left. Their eyes were filled with shock. 4 people and 1 demon, each of them wielding a divine weapon. Where did such a group of people come from? That young man used 9 divine weapons and forced Enlonjing to retreat. Many cultivators were stunned. The middle-aged person in charge of the heavenly court of immortals was also shocked. However, after looking around, a pained expression quickly appeared on his face. At this time, due to the battle between Lin Tian and Enlonjing, the heavenly court of immortals had been greatly damaged. Repairing it would definitely consume a lot of resources because the materials used to construct the heavenly court of immortals were extraordinary. To restore it would naturally cost a lot. Most importantly, this battle might have a great impact on the future operations of the heavenly court of immortals. At this moment, Lin Tian's group was already far away from the city. They stepped into a large mountain and walked into the distance. 9 divine weapons together couldn't kill that bastard's divine sense incarnation. It's really not simple. Wuxing Crocodile said. Terrifying. Yang Qi had always been a man of few words, but at this moment he also said these 3 words in a deep voice. Even Baiziki, with his thunder god king physique, couldn't help but nod, his eyes shining. That ugly woman, Bai Qiu gritted her teeth. At this time, she didn't care about Enlonjing. She was thinking about how Zhan Yuji had ordered people to disfigure her. Lin Tian, Baiziki, Yang Qi, and Wuxing Crocodile. But thinking about it, it's not a big deal. Anyway, we didn't lose out. Wuxing Crocodile said. From beginning to end, Lin Tian had slapped Zhan Yuji's retainers to death, beheaded Enlonjing's 9th general, and finally defeated Enlonjing's divine sense incarnation. They had not suffered the slightest loss. Baiziki was more composed, and his thoughts were more comprehensive. He said, "The key is what happens after that. What we've killed now is only the opponent's consciousness incarnation. If the real body comes out of seclusion, we won't be able to stop it even if we work together." They had 9 divine swords, and all of them were at the divine weapon level. Their combined strength was even stronger than a mid-grade divine weapon. However, their cultivations were much weaker than Enlonjing's. If they were to face her real body head-on, even with these 9 divine swords, they would definitely not be able to block it. Moreover, Enlonjing was also a person with great luck. She had found a place where the primal chaos celestial lord was cultivating in seclusion and obtained a treasure like the Chaos Origin divine talisman. So, it was not difficult to infer that the other party definitely had a divine weapon. We need to increase our cultivation. At the very least, we need to step into the great Tao realm. Lin Tian said in a low voice. In the battle with Enlongjing's divine sense incarnation, he truly felt immense pressure. He clearly realized that his cultivation was still too low, and he could not truly establish himself in the world. Lord Crocodile has long said that only by stepping into the great Tao realm can one truly be free to fly, Wuxing Crocodile said. He then looked at Lin Tian. Brat, don't you have the dragon burial scripture? Let's go deep into the mountains and old forests and try to dig out a few complete source veins. Perhaps we can find a few more immortal Lingjing mines and break through to the great Tao realm in one go. Then, with your great Tao realm cultivation, you can carve hundreds of killing formations like before. Let's kill that primal chaos bastard. Little girl, ugly woman. Bai Qiu gritted her teeth at the side. The three people and the crocodile glanced at her and then shifted their gazes away. None of them said anything. Let's go. We'll dig out source veins and spirit mines to find the traces of our predecessors' enlightenment and break through to the great Tao realm. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. At that moment, the group used this huge mountain as their starting point. Dragon patterns spread out, and their divine senses spread out. They began to search for source veins, spirit ores, and traces of enlightenment left behind by past experts. These things were very useful to them now. Not long after, this huge mountain was trampled all over by the group. Brat, did you find anything? No. Let's change places. Wuxing Crocodile's and Lin Tian's voices rang out in this old forest. Then the three people and the crocodile stepped out of this huge mountain and stepped into a vast mountain range. Source veins, immortal spirit ores come out. Wuxing Crocodile howled. For a moment, this mountain range was filled with demonic beasts trembling and flocks of birds flying away. Be quiet, Lin Tiandao said, and then stepped in. Dragon patterns spread out under his feet. He searched for the veins of the earth in this mountain range and advanced step by step. Not long after, he finished searching this mountain range with the dragon burial scripture. He did not find any source veins, spirit ores, or traces of enlightenment left behind by past experts. However, he found quite a lot of ordinary Lingjing, about 500 kilograms, and about 15 kilograms of immortal Lingjing. That's about 150,000 kilograms of Lingjing. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. The group left this mountain range and continued to head to other places. Next, they crossed old mountains and entered great forests. Although they did not find a complete source vein or a large Lingjing mine, they found quite a lot of ordinary and immortal Lingjing scattered around. Together, they were about equivalent to 1,000,000 kilograms of ordinary Lingjing. During this process, they also found traces of enlightenment left behind by past experts. After some comprehension, their understanding of the great Tao became more profound. Their cultivation improved, and they were closer to the great Tao realm. Just a little bit more to enter the great Tao realm. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes glowed. Half a month had passed since Lin Tian's battle with Enlongjing's consciousness clone in the heavenly court of immortals. On this day, they walked out of another mountain and prepared to go to the next one. They swore to find a complete source vein to break through to the great Tao realm. However, they also heard some things at this time. Zhan Yuji was ordering people to search for them. Of course, the purpose of this search was naturally to kill them one by one. That little bitch! Wuxing Crocodile cursed. Bai Qiu continued and said through gritted teeth, Ugly woman. Jealous that I'm more beautiful and dignified than her. Half a month had passed since the incident in the heavenly court of immortals, but this girl still could not forget that Zhan Yuji had ordered people to disfigure her. Every time she thought about it, she would gnash her teeth in anger. Lin Tian, Baiziki, Yangqi, and Wuxing Crocodile. They did not pay attention to Zhang Yuji's matter for the time being. After stepping out of this mountain, they directly entered another old forest and continued to search for source veins, spirit mines, and traces of enlightenment left behind by predecessors in order to find a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. During these days, although they were walking deep into the mountains, they could still hear the sounds of the outside world. Zhang Yuji ordered people to clamor, asking Lin Tianyi and the others to come out. Little bitch, ugly woman, Wuxing Crocodile and Bai Qiu shouted at the same time. The group entered yet another mountain. Not long after, they found traces of Tao comprehension left behind by an extremely powerful predecessor. Even though a very long time had passed, the flowing Tao was still astonishing. It was as if a sea of Tao was revolving in front of them. There was not a single person around. They sat down cross-legged in this place and seriously comprehended the Tao here, using it to comprehend their own Tao. Faint divine light lingered around their bodies. Just like that, they sat there for 7 days. After 7 days, the group opened their eyes one after another. Their essence, energy, and spirit had all improved greatly, and the Tao law fluctuations around their bodies were obviously more intense. Their cultivation had also improved. Among them, Bai Qiu had stepped into the half-step Great Tao realm, while Lin Tian, Baiziki, and Yangqi seemed to be able to step into the Great Tao realm at any time. Of course, Wuxing Crocodile was the same. The group walked out of the mountain and once again heard the voices of Zhang Yuji's retainers. They were all shouting at the divine senses of Lin Tianyi and the others, and their words were extremely unpleasant. They wanted the group to kneel and apologize, repent, and obediently accept their deaths. Io. F***K, her grandfather. She's still not done yet. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. Ugly woman. Bai Qiu still had these 3 words. Ever since he picked them up from Wuxing Crocodile, he had always remembered them. Baiziki said, and Lanjing's true body is in seclusion, and it's said that she will spend at least a few months. During this time, she won't be able to come out. Furthermore, her divine sense clone has already been defeated by Lin Tian. She ordered people to clamor, so she must have other plans. Yangqi nodded. Clearly this was the case. Lin Tian's eyes flashed, and he said, "Didn't Lanjing have 9 powerful battle generals? I killed 1 previously, and there are still 8 others. Among these 8, 1 should have been summoned." The group did not appear. They circled around some mountains, and before long, they received confirmation that Zhang Yuji had summoned Lanjing's 7th and 8th battle generals. Both of them had a cultivation level of the 6th firmament of the Great Tao, and they had a divine weapon. Damn, it's really like this. 2 battle generals at the 6th firmament of the Great Tao and a divine weapon. In addition to that bastard's divine sense clone, even an 8th firmament Great Tao cultivator would be finished. There's no doubt about it. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. Ignore her. Work hard to improve your cultivation. Lin Tian said. They continued to circle around the mountains, searching for source veins and other things as they cultivated. During this process, they secretly learned many things, including the general situation of the 9 battle generals who followed Lanjing. The first battle general, Mu Bohu, was at the 9th firmament of the Great Tao. The second battle general, Li Yuanhua, was at the 8th firmament of the Great Tao. The third battle general, Lu Lizhong, was at the 8th firmament of the Great Tao. The fourth battle general, Lu Zhanlia, was at the 7th firmament of the Great Tao. The 5th battle general, Wu Maheo, was at the 7th firmament of the Great Tao. The 6th battle general, Su Laiyao, was at the 7th firmament of the Great Tao. The 7th battle general, Xue Xinhong, was at the 6th firmament of the Great Tao. The 8th battle general, Table Guard, was at the 6th firmament of the Great Tao, as well as the 9th battle general, Hirongen, who was killed by Lin Tian. Moreover, According to rumors, the first few of these 9 battle generals all have divine weapons. It can be said that this is a very terrifying lineup. Their combined combat power can absolutely dominate the 5th heaven. Some people even say that the first battle general of the 9 battle generals is no worse than the other young kings of the central region. After Lin Tianyi and the others learned about this, although they were a little surprised, it was only for a moment. Next, they continued to circle the mountains and cultivate, working hard to improve their cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. 7 days later, their spirits were even stronger than before, and when they walked out from a large mountain, they naturally heard the clamoring of Zhang Yuji's retainers again. Their words were even worse than before, degrading Lin Tian's group to the point that they were worthless and even insulting their family and friends. Their words were incredibly vicious. Chapter 830. Hearing Zhang Yuji's orders, the expressions of Lin Tian and the others turned cold. It was one thing to insult and belittle them, but now even their family members were involved. It was really unbearable. Damn it, Brat Lin. Didn't you extort nearly 10 million Lingjing from the 4th heaven? Including the Lingjing you found in the 5th heaven, it's a total of 15 million caddies. You're only a step away from the great Tao realm now. Refine these Lingjing and break through to the great Tao realm. Then engrave hundreds of those killing formations and take the divine sword to destroy that little bitch. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. That's right. Bai Qiu added. Lin Tian thought for a moment and nodded. Originally, he had planned to leave these Lingjing behind and bring them back to the Emergence Tao sect and the Burning Sun sect to use as the cultivation foundation of the 2 sections. But now he was being ridiculed and even insulted by his family and friends. Naturally, he was unhappy. Find an absolutely secluded place. Baiziki said. Immediately, the group walked to the edge of the central region because there were relatively few cultivators at the edge. After about a day, they found a large mountain at the edge. Although the vegetation in the mountain was very lush, it was very ordinary. The spiritual energy was much worse than other places, and it was difficult to see a single person. Obviously, no cultivators would come to such a remote place. After all, there was really nothing worth coming to such a place. The group entered the mountain. Not long after, Lin Tian found a more secluded place. After setting up a sealing formation around it, he waved his hand, and a large number of Lingjing and immortal Lingjing appeared. In an instant, the entire place was flooded by a vast amount of spiritual qi. The group of people felt as if all the pores on their bodies had expanded, and they felt comfortable all over. We'll protect you. After breaking through to the great Tao realm, bully them to death. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth. Bai Ziki, Yang Qi, and Wuxing Crocodile also nodded. Each of them stood on one side, surrounding Lin Tian in the middle, leaving a space of about 10 zhang for Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at the 3 people and the crocodile. He took a deep breath and slowly activated the Sun Heart Sutra, adjusting his essence, energy, and spirit to their peak. After that, he began to absorb the essence of Lingjing around him to cultivate. Lingjing's essence qi was the purest heaven and earth spirit qi. No matter what realm one was in, it could be used to improve one's cultivation. Buzz. Strands of pure Lingjing light could be seen rising, and then slowly submerged Lin Tian, entering his body. In an instant, Lin Tian's flesh and blood began to tremble. As the shock of the sun circulated, the flow of his divine power accelerated, madly absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing his divine power to become even purer and his flesh and blood to become even more translucent. Then, in the next moment, the divine egg beside his life source moved and also began to absorb the spiritual energy. Little guy, don't absorb it this time. I have something important to do, and I need to rely on them to enter the domain of the great Tao realm. Lin Tian transmitted his voice through his divine consciousness. Yeah. The divine egg trembled, and a voice came from it. Then, the divine egg stopped trembling and stopped absorbing Ling Jing's essence qi. Lin Tian smiled faintly and then became more serious. He guided the Ling Jing's essence qi that had entered his body and continuously injected it into his divine power, refining it over and over again. At the same time, he relied on this divine power to madly forge his current physique. Gradually, his divine power became purer, and his physical body became stronger. The aura outside his body rose bit by bit. However, this was not the most important thing that he had to do now. Buzz! He closed his eyes, and golden light flashed on the surface of his body. He began to guide out his own Tao laws, comprehending this Tao with all his might. If one wanted to enter the domain of the great Tao realm from the immortal connecting realm, the most important thing was not divine power or physique, but Tao. Only by mastering enough great Tao laws could one break through the door to the domain of the great Tao. Bai Ziki and the others stood guard around him. At this moment, he did not have anything to worry about. His divine sense was completely immersed in his body, comprehending the Tao laws that had already been engraved in his divine power, flesh, and divine sense. The hazy Tao laws were like wisps of light, moving with his thoughts and slowly interweaving outside his body. Lin Tian's divine sense was integrated into these Tao laws. The Tao laws were like threads and chains, and his divine sense seemed to have turned into a small person, walking slowly in this world of Tao laws. He looked at the structure of these Tao threads and Tao chains, and looked at the direction of these Tao threads and Tao chains. He could not understand them, and he could not see through them, but he could feel how vast they were, how incredibly vast they were. This is my Tao, but what kind of Tao is it? He was puzzled. His own Tao had already been engraved with great Tao laws in his divine power, flesh, and divine sense. However, he himself did not know what Tao this was. It was completely blurry, and he did not understand at all. Apart from its vastness, he did not know anything else. His divine sense was intertwined with these great Tao laws. In the end, he no longer had any doubts, and he truly comprehended and integrated them. Whoosh! Vaguely, he felt that there was a wind swirling in his body. Gradually, his divine sense became erratic. In the hazy state, the great world of the past appeared once again. He walked in this world as if it was real, looking at the mountains, the water, the people, the beasts, and the changes of the 4 seasons. This world has become clearer and vaster, he whispered in his heart. In this world, the sky was also filled with floating clouds, and it was also blue and gloomy. The sun rose from one side and then set on the other side, alternating repeatedly and so on. He did not take a step, but his body moved with this world, looking at the cycle of all things in this world. Living in this world, he did not know how much time had passed, but he felt that his divine sense, which had been integrated into this world, seemed to have become stronger. At the same time, rays of light gradually rose in this world, and there were all kinds of colors. Everything in the world was dyed in different colors. Looking at this scene, he felt that this world was becoming bigger and vaster. Walking in this world, he suddenly felt as if his body was as small as a speck of dust. And in this process, day and night were constantly exchanged, and spring, summer, autumn, and winter were constantly changing, and it never stopped. Everything was in a cycle. His divine sense entered this place, and he saw a withered flower on the outskirts of a large mountain. However, in the next season, a tender sprout sprouted from the withered flower. Like a pangolin breaking through the soil, it shook and extended its tender leaves. Then it gradually grew until it was exactly the same as the previous flower. Under the sunlight, it was already full of leaves, shining brightly. This was a very common thing, and it could be seen everywhere, even in the mortal world. But at this moment, Lin Tian was moved, and for some reason, an indescribable shock appeared in his heart. He looked at this ordinary flower that had been reborn after death, and he only felt that it was like a starry sky. No, it was countless times vaster than the starry sky. He was shocked and shocked. It was just such a simple scene. Why did he suddenly have such a feeling? Almost at this moment, the vast great path principle surged from the sky and earth, madly pouring into his body. Buzz! In an instant, the golden divine light around his body became even stronger, completely drowning him, making him seem as if he was made of gold. There was an incomparably majestic aura surging, as if it was going to fill up the entire world. Moreover, at the same time, the fluctuation of his own Taoist law naturally spread out like ripples in the water, rippling in all directions. This Tao principle fluctuation was invisible and colorless, but it seemed to be able to accommodate everything in the world. Not far away, Baiziki and others were shocked. They all looked at Lin Tian in the center, and they were a little shocked. This kid, what kind of Tao is this? Lord Crocodile remembers very clearly that there is no such Tao among the 3,000 great paths. What the hell did he do? Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled. It had reached the peak of Nirvana realm and was familiar with the 3,000 great paths. Once it came into contact with the Tao principle fluctuation, it would immediately know what great path it belonged to. However, it could only stare at Lin Tian's Tao principle. As far as it was concerned, this Tao principle clearly didn't belong to any of the 3,000 great paths. Baiziki and Yang Qi also frowned and were puzzled. This guy has always been very strange. Bai Qiu muttered, "Buzz." Outside Lin Tian's body, the golden divine light became thicker and thicker, and the great path principle became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this time, more than 10 million pounds of Lingjing outside Lin Tian's body had already been consumed. He was still sitting cross-legged in the middle with his eyes slightly closed. The golden divine light outside his body jumped, and the Tao principle fluctuation became as shocking as the ocean. Just a little bit more to reach the level of the great path realm. Wuxing Crocodile clenched its claws. "Do your best," Bai Qiu said from the side, also clenching his fists. Lin Tian was in the middle, and the Sun Heart Sutra circulated on its own. The golden divine light gradually became brighter, and the great path principle became thicker. It was like a spring slowly being poured into a water source, gradually reaching the top level of the spring. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. On this day, Lin Tian's body trembled slightly, and the vast world that his divine sense resided in began to shake. Then it slowly disappeared, and his divine sense left and returned to his body. At this time, he saw pure divine power and more sparkling flesh. At the same time, he also felt more powerful great path principle, which was about 10 times stronger than before. Boom! In the surroundings, thousands of Tao radiances appeared at the same time. Then they all dissipated, and an incomparably powerful aura was born from his body. It was as if a door of light had opened in his body, and endless power surged out like a tide. Lin Tian's body trembled, and his divine power and flesh underwent earth-shattering changes at this moment. His spiritual perception became more than 10 times stronger in an instant, and the great power in his body continued to grow stronger, like an active volcano erupting. Chapter 831. Hurricanes swept out, intertwining with an indescribable power. With Lin Tian as the center, they rapidly spread out in all directions, causing Baiziki and the others to be shocked. These fluctuations were somewhat terrifying. From what they sensed, Lin Tian had yet to truly step into the great Tao domain at this moment, but this aura was already several times stronger than that of an expert at the third heaven of the great Tao. This brat, Wuxing Crocodile, was astonished. The fluctuations that Lin Tian was emitting at this moment were truly too shocking, causing even an old monster like it, who was once about to step into the chaotic realm, to be shocked. Boom! 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 Hurricanes continuously spread out in all directions, stirring up waves of astonishing wind and waves in this place, sweeping all the sand, dust and withered leaves on the ground hundreds of feet away, causing the ground here to become incomparably clean in an instant. This aura is so powerful. Bai Qiu was shocked. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground. Golden divine light intertwined around his body, becoming more and more resplendent and powerful. It was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. At the same time, his flesh, blood, divine power, and so on were all undergoing earth-shattering changes. It was like a small flame gradually becoming stronger, and also like a cocoon that was about to break open, and a divine butterfly was about to be born. Wang, his glabella began to glow. Tao laws converged and soul power surged. The yin-yang lotus sea and his sea of consciousness swayed on its own. Lin Tian's body trembled. At this moment, not only was his divine power boiling, but his soul power also began to swell. It began to gather bit by bit in his sea of consciousness, converging in the center, gradually condensing into a human figure. This human figure was very hazy at first, but as the soul power in Lin Tian's body flowed into his sea of consciousness, this human figure began to grow continuously, becoming clearer and clearer. Gradually, it turned into a figure that was exactly the same as him, and its soul power was extremely majestic. Divine Soul, Lin Tian muttered to himself. As his cultivation advanced toward the great Tao realm, his soul power condensed and took form. At this moment, he finally formed a divine soul in his sea of consciousness. The divine soul was a symbol of power. As long as his divine soul was not destroyed, even if his physical body was destroyed, he could still reform his physique. His divine sense circled around his own divine soul. This was a slender soul body that was exactly the same as his body. It had the same demeanor and the same aura. Time passed quickly. His spirit continued to grow, and after another 3 days, his spirit finally became full and no longer grew. It was also at this moment that his sea of consciousness started to tremble violently. Huge waves of wind swept out in all directions. The black and white yin-yang lotus sea became even more astonishing. It kept swaying, and waves of yin and yang spread out in all directions. Boom! An even stronger aura emanated from his body. The power of his spiritual soul, the power of the source, the power of the great path, and various other powers intertwined. At this moment, they transformed into a light source that enveloped him. Lin Tianji felt his body tremble. Immediately after, a tyrannical power gushed forth endlessly. It was even stronger than before. At this moment, he couldn't help but want to roar. He felt as if his body was about to explode from this power. Crack! 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 With him as the center, the ground crumbled inch by inch. Cracks spread out in all directions like a spiderweb. Baiziki and the others were stunned. They couldn't help but retreat. In this place, the rumbling sounds were endless. After an unknown amount of time, it gradually calmed down. I've finally broken through to the Great Path realm. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. He looked straight at the center and couldn't help but laugh. Baiziki and Yang Qi looked at the center. Their eyes were shining brightly. At this moment, Lin Tianji's aura stabilized. He was at the first heaven of the Great Path. His aura was stronger than a fourth heaven cultivator. This is great. Bai Qiu was overjoyed. Smoke and Tao light intertwined at the center. Then they gradually dispersed. Lin Tianji opened his eyes and stood up. The divine power in his body was as vast as the ocean. His physique was as tough as divine metal. His consciousness was more than 10 times wider. His divine spirit sat cross-legged in it like a deity. He clenched his fists. He could clearly feel the power of the Great Path's laws intertwining in his divine power and blood. It was completely different from when he was at the half-step Great Path realm. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. At this moment, his strength in all aspects increased. He felt that this world was a little different. It was brighter. In the past, he saw mountains as mountains and rivers as rivers. But now he felt that everything seemed to be intertwined with Tao. This is the real Great Path realm. He clenched his fists. His eyes were shining brightly. Kid, how do you feel? Whooshing Crocodile flapped his 5-colored wings and flew over. Baiziki and the others also walked over. They all looked at Lin Tianji. I see a new world. Everything in the world seems to be different from before. Lin Tianji said seriously. After entering the Great Path realm, the Great Path's laws in your body will increase. When you look at everything in the world, you will gradually see the origin. Naturally, there will be differences from before. Whooshing Crocodile said, "This is the Great Path realm. Now, you have entered the world of Tao." Lin Tianji nodded. After entering the Great Path realm, not only did his strength increase tremendously, but his understanding of everything in the world also increased. It feels so amazing. Bai Qiu said, "Of course it's amazing. Lord Crocodile has said many times, after entering the Great Path realm, you can really fly freely." Whooshing Crocodile said. Then he waved his claws and sent a beam of demonic light into Lin Tianji's consciousness. Kid, refine your clothes according to this technique. In the future, when your body is shattered in a great battle, your physical body and clothes will be reunited. Lin Tianji used his divine sense to scan the demonic light that Whooshing Crocodile sent into his consciousness. Suddenly, he was slightly moved, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This was a very special tempering method. With the power of the divine sense, the light of the origin, the light of the divine soul, and a sufficient amount of the laws of the great Tao, the clothes were refined, making them transcend the mortal world and form an invisible connection with the life essence and divine soul of the cultivator. After that, when the refined clothes were destroyed by an external force, by relying on the will of the person who refined them, they would be able to restore the clothes to the same condition as before they were destroyed by exhausting some of their blood and qi. So that's how it is. He was surprised. Since he started cultivating, he had killed many Great Path powerhouses. After those Great Path powerhouses were shattered, their physical bodies were reunited, and their clothes were completely restored to their original state. He had been puzzled about this before. Now, after coming into contact with this refining technique, he instantly understood. It turned out that those Great Path realm powerhouses used this refining technique to refine the clothes on their bodies. He paused and asked, "From the looks of it, after weapons are refined with this technique, they can also be reunited after being shattered, right?" "Of course." Whooshing Crocodile nodded and said, "However, weapons and clothes are different in the end. Things like clothes are more common after all. Using this method to refine them only requires a little divine sense power, divine soul light, origin light, and so on. After they are shattered, the amount of blood and qi needed to restore them is also very little. Basically, it's negligible. However, weapons are different. To refine weapons using this method, the consumption of divine sense power and so on is extremely large. Among them, divine sense power and Great Path's laws are not mentioned because they can be reborn. It's similar to the consumption of divine power. However, divine soul light and origin light are different. Consuming too much divine soul light and life origin light at one time will cause great damage to the cultivator's body and affect the foundation of their cultivation. Moreover, when the weapons refined using this method are shattered and reunited, the consumption of blood and qi is also very large. It's much more than the consumption of blood and qi compared to the consumption of the cultivator's physical body. Therefore, generally speaking, cultivators will not use this method to refine weapons because they can't support it. Of course, some cultivators will do this. Some Tao weapons, divine weapons, sacred weapons, and chaos heavenly treasures can be reunited after being shattered. However, these weapons are very rare. After saying that, looked at Lin Tian and said, "Do you understand now?" Lin Tian nodded. Whooshing Crocodile explained it in a simple and easy way, so he understood it immediately. Beside him, Bai Qiu and the others also nodded. At this time they remembered these things. Okay, then let's begin the refinement. This kind of refinement method is not only very common, but also very simple. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded again. After taking a deep breath, divine light suddenly flowed on the surface of his body. A small amount of origin light, divine soul light, divine sense power, and great paths laws appeared together, covering his clothes and so on. The light kept flashing. In this way, 15 minutes passed very quickly. Okay, he said. The 5 elements crocodile was right. This kind of refining method was indeed very simple. He did it effortlessly and finished refining the clothes on his body with this kind of method. After saying this, he tore off a piece of his sleeve and used his divine power to shatter it. Then, with a slight movement of his mind, specks of light condensed, and the torn sleeve actually recovered in the blink of an eye, becoming exactly the same as it was before it was destroyed. Bai Qiu blinked. It really works. Of course it works. When has Lord Crocodile ever lied to you? Besides, when a great path realm cultivator reassembles his body, his clothes, and so on will be restored together. You all know this. The 5 elements crocodile curled his lips. Then he looked at Lin Tian and snickered. Brat Lin, now that you have reached the great Tao realm, hurry up and carve the killing array to get rid of that little b** tsh. Yes, that's right. Bai Qiu followed. Lin Tian nodded, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. During this period of time, Zhang Yuji had ordered those retainers to humiliate him. Even his family and friends were insulted. The words were extremely vicious. They naturally had to get back at them. At that moment, the group left this place, soared into the sky, stepped on the void, and headed out of this mountain. Boom! At this moment, the sky trembled, and a loud thunder resounded through the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, the world turned pitch black. Thick, dark clouds covered the sky, and dense lightning interweaved within them, covering the space within a radius of several hundred meters. An oppressive aura instantly filled every corner of the mountain. At this moment, this mountain range seemed to have experienced a super earthquake. It kept shaking, and the old trees swayed wildly. Chapter 832. Thunderous roars filled the sky. At this moment, endless thick clouds gathered in the sky, covering the entire sky. As far as the eye could see, dense lightning interweaved between the clouds like terrifying thunder dragons. It was terrifying. All of a sudden, everyone's expressions changed. Heavenly tribulation, Yang Qi exclaimed. None of them were unfamiliar with such a devastating scene. Apart from the heavenly tribulation, there was no other possibility. Damn it! Someone is going through the immortal ascension tribulation here. Lord Crocodile doesn't see any humans or demons nearby. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened, and then he was terrified. Also, damn it, which bastard's immortal ascension tribulation is this? Why is it so terrifying? Even the immortal ascension tribulation of the 9 celestial lords, wasn't this exaggerated? I think it's not even 1%. Boom! Thunder roared and rolled, and the world became even darker. Bai Qiu shrank her neck in fear. How can there be such a terrifying, great tribulation of immortality? It's more than 10,000 times stronger than mine. This, even the experts of the 7 heavens of the great Tao would be struck to death by it. How can anyone attract such a terrifying, great tribulation of immortality? Looking at the thunderbolts in the sky, she was so scared that her face turned pale. At this time, not only her, but even the usually calm Baiziki's expression changed again and again. He was extremely shocked. Hurry up! Leave this place immediately, or we're all done for. Whooshing Crocodile gritted his teeth and cursed. Which bastard attracted such a terrifying immortal ascension tribulation? Lord Crocodile doesn't see anyone, and this is F** king, unreasonable. Which person who just stepped into the immortal ascension realm can withstand such a terrifying, heavenly tribulation? Among the group, only Lin Tian couldn't help but tremble. His palms were sweating, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Looking at the surging thunder and killing light in the sky, he could clearly feel that all of this was coming for him. An invisible killing force locked onto him. It was exactly the same as the previous 2 heavenly tribulations. However, this heavenly tribulation was even more terrifying. Go, go, go. Hurry up and leave. Whooshing Crocodile said in a hurry. It flapped its 5-colored wings and flew out. At the same time, it looked for the person who had attracted the heavenly tribulation. However, after looking around, it could not find any shadow of a person or demon. It could not help but curse. Bai Qiu and the other 2 were not slow either. In the blink of an eye, they were already far away. At this time, Bai Qiu was shocked to find that Lin Tian had not moved at all. He was still standing in the same place, looking up at the sky. Lin Tian, what are you looking at? Hurry up and leave, she cried. Whooshing Crocodile also glared at him. Brat, have you never seen a heavenly tribulation before? Do you want to be struck by lightning again? Lin Tian stood at his original spot, the cold sweat on his palms increasing. He stared at the dark clouds, at the sky filled with dense lightning. He only felt that there was a supreme existence looking at him coldly, wanting to destroy him. In the blink of an eye, even his spirit began to tremble. The threat of death drowned him like boundless darkness. All of you, leave now, he said hoarsely. The 3 people and the crocodile all had strange expressions. They were very confused by his words. Brat, what are you saying? We naturally have to leave. You have to leave too. What are you still standing there for? Whooshing Crocodile scolded. Bai Ziki and Yang Qi frowned, confusion appearing in their eyes. Bai Qiu quickly rushed over, wanting to pull Lin Tian away. Lin Tian raised his hand, and a circle of golden divine light spread out, directly pushing Bai Qiu away. Go. His voice was low and hoarse, and his back was almost drenched in cold sweat. This is my heavenly tribulation. When these words came out, the 3 people and the crocodile all changed expressions. Your heavenly tribulation. Brat, what are you talking about? You have entered the great Tao realm, so why would there be a heavenly tribulation? Whooshing Crocodile said, just now, after sensing the appearance of the heavenly tribulation, it looked around for the person transcending the tribulation, but it couldn't find a single person or demon. Now, Lin Tian told it that this heavenly tribulation was attracted by him because he had entered the great Tao realm, causing its eyes to widen. One had to know that since ancient times, cultivators would only attract the heavenly tribulation when they entered the immortal ascension realm from the airborne realm. After that, there would be no more heavenly tribulation. Now, Lin Tian had entered the great Tao realm from the immortal ascension realm. So how could he attract the heavenly tribulation? Based on its understanding of cultivation, this was simply an impossible matter. Absolutely impossible. Boom! Another rumble sounded, and thunder rumbled, becoming even more terrifying. Go! Lin Tian shouted in a low voice. His expression was terrible. Back then, he had also thought that because of his physique, after entering the great Tao realm, he might also attract a heavenly tribulation. This was because he had attracted a heavenly tribulation when he entered the airborne realm. However, now that he had entered the great Tao realm, when the heavenly tribulation that he had guessed was really coming, his expression was still ugly. Back then, after passing the immortal ascension realm, he only guessed that he might attract a heavenly tribulation when he entered the great Tao realm, but he wasn't sure. In fact, he had gradually forgotten about this matter and didn't make any preparations to transcend the tribulation. Now, the heavenly tribulation was pressing down on him without him noticing. Moreover, it was too terrifying, causing his divine soul to tremble. Boom! thunder rumbled, and the rumbling sound was even more ear-piercing. Thunder clouds spread in all directions, and dense lightning crackled. "Let's go!" he shouted again. At this moment, he could clearly feel how terrifying his great Tao heavenly tribulation was. The area it covered was unimaginably large. He reckoned that the entire mountain range would be affected soon, and Bai Qiu and the others would be implicated. Bai Qiu still couldn't believe that this was Lin Tian's heavenly tribulation. He took a step forward in the air and charged towards Lin Tian. "Let's go together." Boom! The firmament trembled, and the thunder was ear-piercing. With a bang, Bai Qiu's body trembled violently and he fell from the void. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ziqi's expression changed. He took a step forward and reached out with a huge hand of divine might to grab Bai Qiu. However, it was also at this moment that the firmament trembled once again. It was as if a supreme king was looking down on heaven and earth. With a bang, even Bai Ziqi was shaken and fell from the void. Behind them, the whooshing crocodile and Yang Qi's expressions changed. However, they also felt a powerful force soon after. A supreme, killing force descended from the firmament, knocking them down from the void and pressing down towards the ground. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He used his great Tao realm cultivation to support the 4 symbols Tao diagram, which covered the 3 people and the crocodile under it. "Go! Leave on foot! Don't fly!" he shouted. As time passed, his heavenly tribulation became stronger. It was the same as the great tribulation of a mortal ascension back then. It was as if there was a supreme will nurtured within it, not allowing anyone to stand in the void. Any living being who stood in the void would be suppressed at this moment. At this moment, other than him who was in the great Tao realm, the other living beings could no longer stand in the void. If they forcefully rushed into the void, they would definitely be met with disaster at the first moment, and they would attract the endless destructive force of the heavenly tribulation. The 3 people and the crocodile landed on the ground at this moment. All of them were shocked by the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Above the firmament, pitch-black clouds rolled, and blood-red lightning interweaved. Dull thunder rumbled continuously, shaking heaven and earth. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation was finally completed. With a boom, the darkness here quickly spread out in all directions. A terrifying destructive force was vast and mighty, and the great Tao of the entire world was affected. The void cracked inch by inch, and spatial turbulence constantly streaked out from the void. In an instant, the entire central region felt the terrifying killing might of the lightning, and countless living beings trembled in fear. What's going on? I feel the power to destroy the world. What happened? Is the heavens angry? This aura, it seems like a heavenly tribulation. Someone is transcending a tribulation. Heavenly tribulation. It's the aura of a heavenly tribulation. But who is transcending a tribulation? I can't even see a shadow. Whose heavenly tribulation aura can spread so far? This destructive power. In the entire central region, countless cultivators trembled. At this moment, in the 5th heaven, the clouds in the sky were greatly affected and seemed to have stopped flowing. Boom! Above the mountain range where Lin Tianyi and the others were, the thunder clouds were thick, and the heavenly tribulation was completely formed. Tens of thousands of blood-red lightning bolts roared like angry dragons, shattering the sky, crushing everything, and destroying all tangible substances. Finally, with a loud rumble, the first bolt of lightning fell from the sky like a small mountain. The blood-red lightning was very fast, and wherever it passed, the void was completely annihilated. In an instant, the blood-red lightning arrived above Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian raised his hand and clenched his right fist. Golden fist light shook the space in all directions and blasted toward the descending blood-red lightning. With a loud bang, divine light shocked the world and blood-red lightning arcs crackled. Cough! Lin Tian coughed up blood and was directly sent flying. His right arm exploded, and blood and flesh splattered in the void, carrying a bewitching red. It was a shocking sight. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Whooshing Crocodile, Baiziki, and the others changed again. It's really this kid's heavenly tribulation. How is this possible? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Stepping into the great Tao realm actually attracted a heavenly tribulation. Such a thing had never happened in history. Lin Tian, Bai Qiuhua's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but cry out. This was the first time she saw Lin Tian in such a miserable state. In just an instant, one of his arms was shattered by the lightning. Boom! In the sky, thunder rumbled like war drums. Bolts of blood-red lightning surged in the clouds, and the aura of destruction became even stronger. Lin Tian stood in the void, golden light flickering around his body. His shattered right arm instantly regenerated, and even his torn clothes were restored. Now that he was at the great Tao realm, he could already regenerate his shattered body. As for his clothes and other things, they had already been refined by the spell technique that Whooshing Crocodile had given him. Even if they were shattered, they could still be regenerated. Go! Go! He was almost roaring. The three people and the crocodile were all stunned. Then Baiziki spoke and said in a low voice, "Leave immediately. Do as he says and walk." In this place, Baiziki was the only one who knew that Lin Tian was a reincarnated body. At this moment, looking at the rolling lightning in the sky, he could vaguely guess why this terrifying heavenly tribulation would be suppressed. It should be related to Lin Tian's physique. The strongest physique that had never appeared before seemed to make the 3,000 great Tao feel threatened, and they were doing their best to destroy it. He took a deep look at Lin Tianyi and immediately pulled Bai Qiuhua away. Whooshing Crocodile and Yang Qi followed closely behind. Their speed was very fast. Even if they were walking, they were almost far away from this huge mountain range in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian stood in the void. Seeing that the three people and the crocodile had left the range of his heavenly tribulation, he breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! It was also at this moment that the sky trembled and thunder rumbled again.